I'm Jamie Nilsen, and you are watching H1 Unlimited on YouTube.
Back here on the Columbia River in Tri-Cities, Washington, this is Brad Luce alongside Dustin Eccles. It's the 2026 Apollo Columbia Cup. And Dustin Eccles, we fought through some issues yesterday with weeds and grass and buoys moving. And this morning we messed around a little bit with some buoys that didn't want to sit tight. But we're going racing here very quickly.
Absolutely, yeah. You can tell. We saw Jonathan running up behind us, the chief referee, and he's ready to go. So they're going to get this show started really, really soon. And I think everyone's hard work from yesterday, keeping this course in great conditions, is going to really show what these boats can do here shortly. We're ready.
We are indeed ready, and you mentioned our chief referee, Jonathan Abbott. He apparently made a comment to our Nick Kish that we are going to start this thing on time. So we are ready to go. Patrol boats have been put in place, and they will check that and make sure they are supposed to be where they are, etc. And Jonathan Abbott is climbing the towers. I was talking to my buddies over here, and I said it's never a good sign when Jonathan walks off the tower, but it's always a good one right now. He's headed back up.
And just to show you, his enthusiasm, I've seen him go up and down 3 different times telling everybody, we're going. So he's running this thing and keeping it going full speed ahead.
Let's take a look at our Heat 1A that is going to be first out of the box here to start the second half of our Saturday. In the inside lane, now these boats have been placed in their heats based on their qualifying order and their qualifying speed. So the first fastest qualifier is racing against the third fastest, then the fifth, the seventh, the ninth, and then the second fastest is running against the fourth, sixth, and the eighth, and so on. Then they take those boats, and the boats with the slower qualifying speed and therefore the least amount of points choose their lane first. And you and I had a conversation about this first one because I was asking you about the Royer Miss Madison and if Brandon Kennedy would dare stick his nose in lane number 1. That's exactly what he's going to do.
Yeah, absolutely. Brandon's, he's doing a great job. He's got a lot of confidence in this boat, and it's rightfully his lane to take here. He's got the referee signed off on him. He says, you're doing a great job, Brandon. Go out there, see what this thing can do. And right away, we just see how confident he is. He puts it in lane number 1.
Gotta like it. Lane number 2 is going to be occupied by the U12, the Graham Trucking, and Jeff Bernard. Lane number 3 is going to find Corey Peabody in the Tahoe Miss, presented by Beacon Plumbing. In the 4 lane, the U27, the Miss Apollo, Jimmy Shane. This one's a little bit of a surprise. And then on the outside in lane number 5 is going to be the U40 Bucket List Racing with Dylan Runne. Now, Dylan chose his lane before Jimmy Shane, and he chose the outside lane, therefore allowing Jimmy Shane to have lane 4. What's your thought on that?
Well, I'm not 100% sure, Brad. I know that I'm supposed to know, but the only thing that I can figure is last race in Madison, Dylan was put into a tough position. Basically he found himself in a hole. He had to dig himself out of that, and it did not work out for him this weekend. Now, if he's inside of anyone, he's very dependent on those guys to leave him a lane, to make sure that he can make it through clean, get his points to get in the final. But if he puts himself in a good position on the outside, stays right on the 27's hip, keeps himself clean, gives himself an exit plan in case something does happen on the inside, he can get those points, whether it's first, second, third, whatever it is. It's good points going into the final. So that's my guess, my best guess of what they're going for is let's make sure we can get as many points, keep our nose clean, and look forward to that final and be on the front row.
And that is what this new race format is all about. It's trying to tie everything together. It is important from the first time you put the boat in the water to qualify up until that final heat. You've got to continue to accumulate points, to your point, to get yourself on the front row of the final and hopefully with a good lane choice where your boat runs really well. So I like your assessment of that. I tend to agree with it. They had trouble in Madison. They came away with a gun jump that didn't get them any points, and then they had a DNF in another heat. You just can't do that in this format and expect to come out on the other side in good position. So, hey, we've got 4 preliminary heats to run. This is the first one. Get yourself out where you got a lot of room, get a bunch of points, and then we'll start shaking it out a little bit after that. So Dylan Runne, Bucket List Racing, the U40, going to be on the far outside. Shane's going to be in lane 4. Corey Peabody in lane 3. Bernard's going to be in 2. Brandon Kennedy in the Royer Miss Madison will be on the inside lane. That's your first heat to come up. We'll talk about the second one, but first up, got a little breezy here during lunch. Talk to me about the wind, the weather, the water. What are you seeing?
Well, just the drivers need to drive with their heads. They need to be smart. They need to remember that this is a long weekend of racing. You don't want to go out there and tear the boat up, put the thing upside down early. They need to go out there and drive with their heads. Use that canard. Just go as fast as you need to go to get the boats out front. And if it's not your race, wait for the next one. So the conditions are the same for everyone. It's just going to turn into a driver's course, making good decisions, being smart. The crews are definitely going to do their work to tame these boats down. There's a lot of different adjustments they can do on them, whether it's rear wing, propeller, bull noses. I think we've talked a little bit about the bull noses. Basically, they're controlling how much air goes under the boat compared to over the boat, what angles, how much air it packs. With the wind picking up just a little bit, the drivers are going to rely on their crew chiefs to give them a good drivable boat. One other thing, Brad, going back to it, when we talked about the 12, the Graham Trucking, Jeff Bernard, they told us all weekend long so far, they're trying to make this boat drivable. They want to make it a good race boat, not just a fast boat, but this is a race boat. Jeff Bernard's very comfortable going into this first heat to where he can put this boat in any position and it's raceable. So he doesn't care if it's out there blowing 20. He says, I can drive this boat. It doesn't react off the water at the waves. I can put this thing in the front, and we're about to find out.
We are about to find out. Once again, inside out, lane 1. U6, Royer, Miss Madison, Brandon Kennedy. Lane 2, U12, the Graham Trucking, Jeff Bernard. Lane 3, Tahoe Miss, presented by Beacon Plumbing, driven by Corey Peabody. Lane 4 goes to the U27, the Miss Apollo and Jimmy Shane. And on the outside, going to be a lot of Tennessee Orange out there. Bucket List Racing and Dylan Runne. Let's take a look quickly at Heat 1B, which will come up very shortly after Heat 1A. On the inside lane, J. Michael Kelly's going to be on a lane he knows how to handle on this race course. Unfortunately, I think he would have rather qualified a little quicker and maybe not had such an opportunity here. But J. Michael Kelly's going to be on the inside in lane number 1 with the 00, the Maverick, presented by Beacon Plumbing. What do you think about that with Mike on the inside? He knows how to drive from there. He's very good at getting that lane when we fight for him.
Oh, that's right where J. Michael wants to be. He's going to make that lane about 50 feet wide and, use every bit of it. But that's one guy that you really do not want to see on the inside if you're a competitor because he knows how to get the most out of that boat. And as we've seen this weekend, he can paint the buoys. He's on top of those things. So that's going to be a hard one to beat.
Yeah, and I'm going to come back when we get through this list of boats here in 1B. I'm going to give you my 2 cents worth on it as well. But so J. Michael Kelly and the U00 Maverick, presented by Beacon Plumbing. They will be in lane 1. Then it's going to be the U21, the Spirit of 76, Gunnar O'Farrell. He will be in the 2 lane. In the 3rd lane will be the U11, the Miss FLAV-R-PAC with Jamie Nilsen. And then coming on the outside, Andrew Tate in the U1, the BWR Racing Now I want to go back to what I was going to say as I look at this, and you're the man who's put strategies together. I'm just looking at it maybe a little different. I know everybody's thinking, well, Andrew's got to drive around everybody. Yeah, he's qualified faster than all those boats. Jamie Nilsen qualified extremely quickly, and he could occupy Andrew Tate a little bit, and Andrew's only got 3 laps to do this, so he's got to get around Jamie pretty quick. How far could J. Michael Kelly possibly get out in front of this whole thing if Andrew gets tied up trying to get around Jamie for a couple laps?
Well, anything's possible. And I promise you right now, Jamie's mindset is not how long can I slow down that BWR boat with Andrew Tate in it. He's thinking, I'm going to go out there and beat these guys. He's going out for the win, and he wants to show this FLAV-R-PAC boat is really fast and deserves to be in the front. The other issue, J. Michael, if you look back a couple weeks, he had a hard time with some handling issues with the 00 Maverick, and we haven't seen that boat in competition since Madison. So is the rough water going to affect him at all? If not, if the team got the Maverick dialed in and it's fast, he's going to be really hard to beat. But that U11 is going for a win. He's not going out there to play second fiddle. So this is going to be a really tough heat also.
I think we're about ready to go on a clock. I see noses starting to be pushed out toward the center of the Columbia River. This is Brad Luce along with Dustin Eccles, and that is indeed what's about to happen. Our first 5 boats for Heat 1A of the 2026 Apollo Columbia Cup is about to get started. Race fans along the shoreline, buckle up. Swimmers, hop in, out of the water. We got to have you out of the water before we can go racing. Dustin, you ready?
I'm ready.
Let's make this happen. Let's get this party started. We got boats away from the dock. And coming away first is going to be that's going to be Jeff Bernard in the U12, the Graham Trucking. He is away. Here comes Kelly. He's away from the dock. So's the Madison. So's the Apollo. So's Bucket List. We're all coming out. We are inside 5 minutes. We're coming up on 4:30 to a start.
A whole lot of horsepower getting spooled up right now and heading out to the race course. Oh, this is exciting. Look at these conditions. I mean, this is just absolute awesome race water right now. You see Jeff Bernard taking it really slow up the back straightaway. He's, in his mind, he's got where he wants to be. He's not going to let any of these drivers affect that. The thing about this new procedure, you don't need to fight for lanes. You know what lane you're going to be in, so there is absolutely no reason to miss your timing marks. You need to go out there, run your own race, hit your own marks, make your own start, and hopefully you're in front at the end.
Lane 1, Madison. Lane 2, Graham Trucking. Lane 3, Tahoe Miss. Lane 4, Miss Apollo. Lane 5, Bucket List, or as I like to say, Mr. Dustin Eccles, Kennedy, Bernard, Peabody, Shane, and Runne. Light them up. Let's go. I like it. 1, 2, 3. Well, there's 2 tight, and there's a third one. There's 3 of them up in a group up at the top end. I was counting noses, and I was coming up a little short. So Jeff Bernard comes across the start-finish line first. Now here comes the triumvirate with on the outside Dylan Runne, that bright orange, making a nice hard run down the front straightaway. Got Corey Peabody off to his left, and then off to his left, and going to be sitting in lane 1. That is Brandon Kennedy. Got some goosebumps going here, Mr. Eccles?
I do. I'm just looking at this fleet of boats right now and just thinking how incredible the fleet is this weekend. I mean, so much competition packed into just a couple of heats. I mean, this is just, it's going to be one whale of a weekend. 2
minutes and 45 seconds, 2:45 until the start. Boats are all down toward the bottom end of the race course. The last one down there is Jimmy Shane. You're looking at Brandon Kennedy in the U6, the Royer Miss Madison, followed by Corey Peabody in the Tahoe Miss, presented by Beacon Plumbing. And then behind him and to his outside, you can't see him, he's just to the right of the screen, is a bunch of orange with Dylan Runne. And the U40 Bucket List Racing up in front of the field, up in front of the Miss Madison there on the left side of the screen is Jeff Bernard, but the field is catching up to him. Just to reiterate one more time, we're not fighting for lanes. The lanes are already determined. They were chosen by the drivers after the qualifying was done. So that mystery is out of it.
You know, one thing that Brandon Kennedy has to remember, and my hat's off to him for picking that inside lane. I think that is the smartest move he can make right now because he needs every point he can get. But he better not be late for this start. He's got a whole bunch of fast race boats just to his outside. But if you're late for the start here, you are going to get eaten for lunch. So he's got to be there on time.
Well, everybody here is already in their lane. That is the way they are going to start. And that looked kind of cool, but that's not our start. We're going to tack on another 120 miles an hour to that. And it's going to look really cool here in about a minute and 20 seconds. Do you like where they are, Dustin? I got 120 right mark.
They're looking just perfect. Yeah, you want to be right about a minute at the exit pin or somewhere close to that. Not quite as important with this current starting procedure as long as you hit the line at full speed. You're not fighting for lanes, but you definitely don't want to be going slow when you hit the line here because it's going to be a freight train coming through.
Oh, here we go. 1 minute to the start of Heat 1A and the beginning of the 2026 Apollo Columbia Cup. Tri-Cities, Washington, your favorite summer festival is about to begin. Doesn't that look cool? 5 H1 unlimited hydroplanes, the fastest race boats in the world, just prowling up the backstretch. 40 seconds to our start.
All fanned out, just absolutely perfect. You can see the outside boats up there early. They want to make sure that they are not late for the start. They got to be up there a little early. It's the longest way around the race course.
Brandon Kennedy in lane number 1. Bernard's in 2. Peabody in 3. Shane's in 4. Runne is in 5. Inside 20 seconds until our start. Now it's time to put the foot down, get the RPM up. I see 4, now I see 5. Runne's back a little bit, inside 10 seconds. We are coming up on 5. We are 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. We are racing, and I'm telling you what, we got a couple of boats across early. I will bet heavy on it, and I think your Tennessee Orange might be in a real good position right here. But we will call them the way they are, getting down to the corner. And the way they're doing it right now, it's Corey Peabody from lane number 3. Bernard got wet in 2, but it's Peabody going to get off the turn first. He's got company. It's Jimmy Shane. Shane on the outside, Peabody on the inside. Look at Jimmy Shane and the Miss Apollo show that top end speed. He is really rolling up the backstretch. Corey trying to stay with him on the inside, Dustin.
Peabody and Shane out front, but look at that Miss Madison on the inside in 3rd place right now. He's letting it hang out. 3rd place is pretty awesome, but look at deck to deck out front, side by side.
This is really good racing. Corey with the lane position, making it look good. Peabody and Shane. Shane hangs it coming off the corner. Peabody showing a lot of speed. He's hanging right with him, and you are right. Brandon Kennedy running in 3rd to Madison's putting on a strong showing.
Absolutely, and here comes Bucket List Racing on the outside. 40, Dylan Runne. He's not going to let him get away, but out front right now, deck to deck.
We just got it official. Your 2 lead boats have jumped the gun. Your 2 lead boats have jumped the gun.
So your leader right now is Brandon Kennedy.
How about that? Well, he's a leader now, but he's not the leader now.
Here comes Runne.
There goes Dylan. Sorry to jump on you. I saw him coming.
Here comes Runne on the outside. Runne now for the lead on the outside. Miss Madison, Brandon Kennedy on the inside. What a boat race, Brad.
What a boat race. And I'll tell you what, I know our 2 leaders jumped, but look at the top end of the race course. They are tied together up there still. They are really going at it, but the race is still for first place. It's just back a couple of spots. Runne on the outside, Kennedy on the inside. Everybody will come down and put 2 in the books off the top end. Here comes Dylan Runne. Boy, we talked about him playing safe, a safe lane choice, and look at this. He's leading at the end of 2.
It's really paying off for Runne right now. A good, smart decision, taking that outside, making a good, clean start. And after the gun jumps, the big winner right here is Jeff Bernard. He got wet in turn number 1. We haven't heard yet if there's any calls, but right now he's in 3rd place. A great position for that Graham trucking boat, the U-12.
So we are being told in our ear that definitely the 2 lead boats, the Apollo and the Tahoe Miss, did jump the gun. The rest of the start is under review. So there still could be other calls, but we'll just keep calling them as we know it so far. And as we know, it is all Dylan Runne about 3/4 of the way up the backstretch. Boy, this is coming to him in a good, sweet way, Dustin.
Oh, this is a lot better position than he found himself in last race. Right now, he is in total control of the race, making good decisions, finding himself right where he wants to be out front. This is a great way to start the race.
Shane crosses, so does Peabody. But here comes your leader and your winner. It is Dustin Eccles. in the U40, the bucket list racing.
I wish.
I
but
will
that's
put you
actually-
in it.
That's actually Dylan Runne, Brad. But look at this right here. The Royer Miss Madison. Brandon Kennedy with a second place. Incredible. Jeff Bernard with a fantastic run for third. Also, again, that start is under review.
And we've got people going off to review. Our chief referee is involved, and I have made the first major faux pas of the year, but I tried to put you in there.
I felt like I was. I was pulling for that orange boat. I'm sorry. I have to be neutral, but I'm just so happy for those guys. And what a great position they put themselves in there. You know, Dylan, we were kind of wondering, why did you go to the outside? Why did you do this? But he ran his own race. He was a little late at the start, but he was smart. You know, he ran his own race, and that's why he's in that seat, is because he's doing a good job. He's getting the best out of it, and that's what he needs to do.
Dustin, Dylan, the names are really close together. My apologies, sir. That was habit, but it was pure excitement. That was cool.
Oh, how cool for that Royer Miss Madison. I mean, those guys have worked so hard, and you talk about good decisions. Brandon Kennedy, he did perfect. He put himself in there, he held it, and he was no slouch. That boat was fast.
The boat was running. It was running really strong. He did a great job. I hope everything's clean down there in the corners. You mentioned the fact that Lane 2, Jeff Bernard, did get wet down there in turn 1. I hope it's clean for Brandon Kennedy. I just like to see him come out of that with the win as we saw it on the water. Again, everything that we just saw has to go through tech inspection, so write it down in pencil. But either way, it was very, very competitive. Our two lead boats jumped the start. But let's talk about another boat that showed me a lot of speed, and that was Corey Peabody.
Yeah, Peabody had an absolute fantastic run. Besides the start being illegal, the boat itself, the boat ride, it just screamed that he can run right with Jimmy Shane. So that tells you he's no slouch. He's going to be there in these other heat races, and this is going to make the format really jumble up here. I mean, you just had the two of the arguably fastest boats out there get a penalty to start the weekend off. You talk about starting off in a hole, there you go. And there's a good shot right now of Dylan Runne in the U40. He's got to be one happy guy right now coming back into the pits.
He does, and I made the comment when they came off the top end of the race course. He was the last boat that we could see when they fanned out. You only saw 4. He was behind the field, and I thought, uh-oh, he's going to be tardy. Well, turned out being tardy was a good thing. He was not. The others were early. Apparently so. We'll see how it plays out.
And, you know, another thing, Brad, you look at where he started, behind, way on the outside. That boat was absolutely on fire. He was so fast. The leaders didn't pull him that much, even though he was that far outside in the rough water. He drove around everybody else on the outside. They've got a good boat setup right there.
We do that again?
Oh,
that's right. We're going to.
We're going to do it here in a minute. Man, that was great.
Well, if you ever wanted to know what it sounded like when I called a race when you were driving, apparently you just got it.
I'm so happy for those guys. And again, we're still waiting to hear the official word, and they all got to go through tech. Even when the referees come back and say, hey, here's what happened. That's why those guys do their job, because we're just sitting here talking about it. But they can go through all the footage, make sure it was legal, and they'll let us know, and we'll pass it on to you. And then the inspectors, they'll go over the data, make sure that all that stuff, fuel flow, into the engine RPM and everything was just right. So as soon as we hear something, we will let you know. But what a great way to start the weekend off.
That's a good way to start it off.
And
Dustin Eccles gets a heat victory, and he did it with a headset on.
Didn't even break a sweat.
There's nothing to win in these heats. Oh my goodness, that's embarrassing.
No, all good, all good. I think we were both just as excited, and I can only imagine Kelly down the end of the dock. You know, Kelly and Sharon just all grins. I'll bet money on it.
So we will await official word, and as Dustin was just talking about, we will know as soon as the officials know. Sometimes I get the information a piece at a time, and there's 2 pieces. Sometimes we'll get the piece that says everybody is clean on the water. Of course, we know not everybody is clean on the water because we had a couple of boats jump. But we will just wait until we get the information from the officials about if there were any other calls on the water. And then, of course, tech inspection. Seth Parshall is getting those black boxes out of the boat. He will put them in. run the test on him. It takes about 4 or 5 minutes if everything is going according to Hoyle, and he can get a yay or an A. It's pretty much a thumbs up, thumbs down type thing. You either pass or you didn't.
It is, and I know the referee is also going to look at the turn 1 when Jeff Bernard and the U12 got wet. And, you know, this is not like car racing where everyone has, you know, an exact lane, and if you hold your lane, there's no harm, no foul, because when you're back a little bit, that water doesn't just go straight up and down like it looks like on the beach here. There is a lot of water that gets shot out the side, you know, both ways. So if you're back, you might get some water on your canopy. You can't see where you're going. So I'm anxious to see, was there actually a foul, or did he just get wet because he was back a little bit? And that's up to the referees, and they can tell us their opinion, and their opinion is what matters.
Yeah, it really doesn't make any difference what you and I might think. There are a number of sets of eyes looking at the monitors down there, and they're re-racking the video. They will make the right call. They will do it quickly, and they will get it to us as soon as possible. Meanwhile, when we got ready for our boats to come out for our Heat 1A, just about all of our boats for Heat 1B were already in the water. I saw J. Michael Kelly's boat hanging on the sling being set into the river as our boats left the dock, so I'm sure they're ready down at that end. As soon as we give them a green light up here, we'll go racing again with Heat 1B.
And it looks like they're still reviewing a few things, so obviously they want to get that finished up before we go on to this next heat. I mean, if this next heat is as close as that first heat was, they need to make sure they have plenty of recording space left, because so many things happen, and they really pushed that start. That's the polar opposite of what we saw the first heat in Madison, when we all kind of looked at each other and said, wow, that was kind of a goofy start. This one, every boat was really pushing the line.
Well, and that boat on the outside, which was bucket list racing, but the top qualifier in that heat, and our top qualifier, Jimmy Shane, was a lane to the left. He was in the 4th lane, and as we talked before the heat, they can't be tardy. You've only got 3 laps. If you're going to be able to pull this off and drive around the field, you can't be late.
No, not at all. And when you see the review in the replay, they'll show, you know, a lot of times the boat might be over by a few inches. And when you think about these boats are going over a football field a second, that just shows you how good these drivers are to be able to hit that line at 0. It's very, very easy to be off by just that much, and you're the first loser at that point.
Yep. So this format, it'll be very interesting to get our official and our final results. We know there's going to be a couple of trip-ups there between Corey Peabody and Jimmy Shane, and what that's going to do is that's going to create what I like to call fruit salad after we get done with these first 2 sets of heats and start tallying up points. That's going to really shuffle the deck on who's going to race against who. It's not going to be like Madison, where, you know, we pretty much were running the same boats out because they finished in such a way. So anyway, we're going to get we'll get a word here shortly.
They're still working on it.
They are indeed, and I want to say this: I don't want people to sit back and go, here goes H1 taking way too long to do this. No, it's not going to be anything too long. They're going to do it as quickly as they can, but they're also going to do it right. They're also going to do it right.
Absolutely. That's what's most important. You know, you want to make the right call. You can't rush it. Everyone at home has seen this drone footage and all the replays and everything. This is some of the most incredible camera work and technology that I've seen in boat racing. So they're going to make the right call. They have the right.
It's
tools.
amazing. It truly is amazing.
Yeah, and when it comes down to, you know, fruit salad, as you call it, that's why I'm just a new guy up here, and I don't know anything, so I'm going to sit back and let you tally up the stuff and figure it all out, because it's going to be crazy once they figure out who's starting where and all that good stuff. It's going to get exciting.
No, that's why we have the stat man down there. Yeah, don't tell me you're going to follow my lead. I just gave you a heat victory. I owe an apology to one Dylan Runne down there in the pit area. I will catch up with the young man out of Rumson, New Jersey. Oh, gosh, I just got excited for him there. But this whole thing, this new format, you've got to be solid all weekend long. It's going to reward consistency. And you trip up somewhere, and it's going to come back to bite you in the rear end. You can still catch up, and with 4 preliminary heats, you have more opportunities to catch up, and this was the first one. But go out and get some points in that first one, exactly what you and I talked about. It appears, at least on the water, that Dylan Runne did that, but we will await until it is official.
Yeah, it's so easy to get desperate. You know, you get yourself in just a little bit of a hole, and you start doing the math in your head, especially with this many fast boats in one field. You start doing the math and you say, you know what, I really, really need some points right now. And then you start taking some risks that you normally wouldn't take, and it can go one way or the other. And if you have, you know, 2 faux pas in a row, you're in a hole. And now you're going to start getting really desperate. And, you know, flashback a couple weeks when Dylan Runne put it in lane 1 in Madison. He didn't want to be there, but he had to go there to try to get some points, and it bit him. But this weekend, totally different. He's starting off fantastic, running his own race, and this is where he wants to be.
He's going to come out of here with points, we think, and he may come out with a big stack of them. So I'll tell you what's going to happen. Oh, we've got an interview with Dylan Runne down in the dock. I believe Danny Rogers has caught up with him. Before we take a quick break, let's go down. Danny Rogers with Dylan.
Okay. Unofficial winner out there on the water. What was your vantage point of the start line and who jumped what?
Yeah, you know, I thought those guys were up there a little bit early. We were on our marks. We were even a smidge ahead. Kind of laid it back for a second. You know, our whole goal this week is to be consistent, get points, get ourselves in a position to go in the final here. So wanted to be a little conservative there. I thought those guys were ahead and said we're just going to go run our race and stick to our marks, and it appears to pay off.
The big question over lunch was why you selected the 5th lane when you could have bumped up a lane. So how much did that pay off on the outside?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's great, right? You sometimes get sucked up there with those guys. You know, the field is so tight together this weekend that being right in the middle of, you know, 2 of the faster boats is not necessarily a strategic advantage. So, you know, I kind of thought that being outside of them, let them kind of get together down there and see if we can keep our nose clean, and it looks like it paid off.
We appreciate you. Good luck, Dylan.
Awesome. Thank you.
Exactly what you just said before we got into that whole heat and the decision to stick to the outside and just stay clean and get some points.
Yeah, and it really paid off for me. And that was a great plan going into it. And I like what he said. You know, I'm just going to stick with my marks, run my race, and look at what happens. It paid off.
It worked good. Dylan Runne, the unofficial winner of our Heat 1A. Dustin Eccles, who I tried to give the seat to, but it did belong to Dylan Runne. But Dustin Eccles and I are going to step away for just a moment as we take a station identification break. Don't go away, because Heat 1B is on deck. It's the 2026 Apollo Columbia Cup. We'll be right back. Back on the start-finish line tower here in the Tri-Cities. It's the 2026 Apollo Columbia Cup. And we got unlimited hydroplanes back out on the water for our Heat 1B. We've got 1, 2, 3 of our 4 boats away from the dock already. But Dustin, we've got word as far as the order of finish for Heat 1A on the water. Pending tech inspection. The only issues on the water were the 2 gun jumpers. That was the U-27, the Miss Apollo and Jimmy Shane, and the U-3, the Tahoe Miss with Corey Peabody. They jumped the gun. So your first place finisher on the water was Bucket List with Dylan Runne. Second place went to the Royer Miss Madison with Brandon Kennedy. Third place, Jeff Bernard and the Graham Trucking. Miss Apollo, Jimmy Shane came home in 4th, and Corey Peabody came in 5th place in the Tahoe Miss. But now we shift our focus to Heat 1B, inside lane. The Maverick and J. Michael Kelly. Lane 2 is going to be Spirit of 76 with Gunnar O'Farrell. The Miss FLAV-R-PAC, Jamie Nilsen. He will be in lane 3, and on the far outside, Andrew Tate in the BWR Racing.
Another crazy fast field of boats here. This is going to be a hot one. Gunnar being in lane number 2, he's got to focus on just nailing the start because he's got some crazy fast boats on both sides of him. U11 is out for blood here. I mean, they want to show how fast this boat is and just put it out front early, get some points, and do exactly what they need to do to lay a good foundation going into the final.
They absolutely do, and I wasn't sure I had seen Jamie Nilsen, that he was away from the dock and on the race course. He is indeed now. He has come across, and actually we've had all the boats come across start finish, and they made a point during the drivers meeting. Our chief referee Jonathan Abbott did that every boat must come across start finish line at least once at speed before the start. I like that. Let's let the fans see who is in our Heat 1B.
Exactly, yeah, it's a good way to showcase the boats, let them pick up which boats they're rooting for. Also, it just gives the scorers a chance to see the boats, make sure they're out there and they can acknowledge that all the boats are on the race course. It's a good rule.
There's a good look there from the drone for those of you who are watching on the H1 Unlimited YouTube channel. You're looking at turn 2 up at the top end. That's J. Michael Kelly. He is in his lane where he is supposed to race, and then just behind him and off to his right, that is Gunnar O'Farrell. Here they come slowly down the front straightaway. 1:45, 1:45 until the start. You said, Dustin Eccles, you want to be down there at the entrance to 1 about 1:25. I kind of like where they are then.
Yeah, they're looking just fine, and I think these back 2 boats, you know, they want to hit the start-finish line wide open, so I'm not surprised to see those guys hanging back just a little bit. You know, J. Michael, he's one of the best at starting, so, you know, Gunnar, he's going to be right on his hip, make sure that he's on the throttle about the same time, and this is going to be a fun start.
Coming up on 1:15 to our start. And our boats that are going to be on the outside, lane 3 and 4, they are trailing the field. And somebody might say, yeah, they want to really slingshot and bring a lot of speed. They all want to bring a lot of speed to the line. J. Michael Kelly already out of the corner. There is lane 3 and lane 4 for those of you watching on the live stream. Looking down from the top of your television, there is the BWR Racing on the left, right behind him. Jamie Nilsen and the U11, the FLAV-R-PAC out in front of them. And leading up the backstretch, J. Michael Kelly in the Maverick. And then lane 2, the Spirit of 76 and Gunnar O'Farrell.
And when these drivers were getting their timing marks earlier in the weekend, we don't know where they got their marks from. They could be from the entrance pin of turn 2. They might be from somewhere in the back straightaway. So they have their own marks. This is where it's going to show if they actually did them the right way.
Well, I'll tell you what, Jamie Nilsen's rolling. Jamie Nilsen is rolling up there, and off to his right, there he is Andrew Tate. Their marks were much earlier, and looks like Gunnar O'Farrell's getting wet up there at the top end. We are inside 5. We are 3, 2, 1. Mark, that one looks legal, and breaking the clock is going to be Andrew Tate in the U1, the BWR Racing. He is on the far outside as they go down to turn number 1.
What a great start, a great shot. J. Michael on the inside. Jamie Nilsen showing incredible boat speed in lane number 2, and Andrew Tate on the outside. Let's see what the U11 right now, FLAV-R-PAC, holds J. Michael right on the pins at the exit.
Look at Andrew Tate sneaking up on the outside. There they are. Oh, we're 3 wide down the backstretch right now. Tate on the outside. Jamie Nilsen in the middle. Don't count out J. Michael Kelly. He's right there on the inside. Dustin, what a race up the backstretch.
Oh, what a race. 2 boats deck to deck. J. Michael, he's going to be on the inside just a little bit back, but he's going to hang it on the buoys. Jamie Nilsen, so impressed right now. Look at that boat speed.
Wow. This is H1 Unlimited Racing at its best. Andrew Tate on the outside. Oh, and flying the FLAV-R-PAC is Jamie Nilsen. 1, 2, 3 across the line. Looked like they did at the start. These guys are really hauling. We've got 1 in the book, 2 to go, Dustin.
Oh, yeah. Andrew Tate trying to get every bit of speed out of that. He has to pedal it. He got too light. Look at Jamie Nilsen come back now. Jamie Nilsen takes over the lead. Lane 2, he's holding off the field. What a boat ride. J. Michael Kelly on the inside, though. He's not giving up. It's still 3 wide deck to deck.
Here we go again. Andrew Tate with that acceleration off the corner shows that white nose, but Jamie Nilsen and the FLAV-R-PAC. The Miss FLAV-R-PAC staying right with him up the backstretch. Kelly is not backing out of this yet. This is really good racing. And now Nilsen starts to extend the lead just a little bit by maybe a boat length and a half. Kelly still hanging right with him on the inside. Got to give him room. They're driving him legal, Dustin. Wow, what a run.
What a run, to say the least. I can't believe Jamie Nilsen holding J. Michael that tight. What a driver. Now Andrew Tate sneaks ahead just a little tiny bit. He's got great boat speed, but he's having to lift when it gets that light. I don't know if he can hold on to it.
This is the final lap. The checkered flag is going to be hanging up here. How do they come out of this corner? It's going to be Tate down there first. Now watch the inside position for Jamie Nilsen. He's got the lead again. Now this is where, coming off the corner, Tate has shown the acceleration. Do we see him? There he is. Comes off the corner. Kelly not going away. Tate this time starts to extend just a little bit. Nilsen wants to run with him. Nilsen has showed me some top end speed. He's going to need it right now, Dustin.
Yeah, Jamie's all top end. Let's see if he can reel him in. Andrew Tate's got the acceleration off the corner, but he's on the outside. Here comes Jamie in lane number 2, reeling him in. They're coming down. Final turn.
Final turn at the top. He needs a good one. Jamie Nilsen, he got a good one. Kelly got wet, but I think there was room in there for him. Kelly got wet. It's going to come down to complete the final lap, and it's going to go to Andrew Tate and BWR Racing, but Jamie Nilsen right with him.
Incredible. Absolutely incredible. You know, I think J. Michael had room in there also. He didn't have any more room than what was legal, but we'll wait for the referees to call that one. What a race, though. That was absolutely incredible. And right now you're seeing Gunnar O'Farrell on the camera. Before the start, we didn't even have a chance to go back to that, but he actually got wet before the start. He was a little behind, and he actually missed a buoy, the second to last buoy before the exit in turn number 2, coming down for the start. So he had to go through the infield, rescore up, and come down to take the start. So unfortunately, he had a terrible start to this event, but in front of him, it doesn't get any better than that.
No, it does not get any better than that. Gunnar O'Farrell coming by in the spirit of 76. Beacon Plumbing presents Ronald McDonald House. Gunnar, nice job, nice recovery, and a good job of coming back and making sure you get 4th place points.
And Andrew Tate was driving the guts out of that boat. He wasn't playing. He wasn't trying to save the equipment. He was on edge the entire time. I'd watched that boat get so out of shape. I don't know how he brought it back down onto the water. He'd pull his foot for a second, recollect himself, and then get back after it. And every time that would happen, the U11 would squeak ahead again. And J. Michael Kelly was sitting there in the shadows waiting for one of those two to make a mistake because he was ready to pounce. It was incredible.
It was indeed, and if there's anybody here on the shoreline that doesn't think that the U11 FLAV-R-PAC is a player, hopefully you're convinced now, because Jamie Nilsen just drove the daylights out of that boat and did a fine job. That was a great, great heat of racing.
Yeah, I think if you put another boat in between that U11 FLAV-R-PAC and any, Andrew Tate in that situation, I don't know that Andrew Tate would have been able to run him down, because that U11 was bad fast. So, and that's one of the fastest boats in the fleet. This is going to be incredible how these lanes work themselves out.
Yeah, because things are going to change a little bit now with what happened in 1A. We pretty much finished our finished our heat there the way our boats qualified into Heat 1B, at least on the water, so that won't affect things too much. But the change of position based on the two gun jumpers in 1A is really going to shift things up for our second set of heats. So we have an unofficial final results here for our Heat 1B. First place, Andrew Tate would pick up 400 points driving the BWR Racing. The Miss FLAV-R-PAC, Jamie Nilsen, would pick up 300 points. Third place to J. Michael Kelly in the Maverick, presented by Beacon Plumbing. And we have a DSQ and no points for Gunnar O'Farrell in the. We have a safety zone violation, I am being told, and I think you caught it, Dustin. You said he went inside a buoy marker in the corner. That's puts you in the safety zone, sometimes referred to as the DMZ. Unfortunate break for Gunnar O'Farrell in the U21. The Beacon Plumbing presents Ronald McDonald House Spirit of 76, so no points for Gunnar in that. Andrew picks up 400. Jamie gets 300. J. Michael Kelly, 225. And I think we can go down to our Danny Rogers. I think she is standing by with Andrew Tate. Danny, take it away.
Andrew, yesterday we talked about the competition just in the testing and qualifying. What did it take to pull out this unofficial win here in the first heat for you?
I hope it gets to be official real quick because that was hard work. Man, the 11 boat's real fast, especially the second half of the straightaway. I'm excited for them. They've been working really hard, and it's all coming to fruition here. But the BWR boat's fast, and it helps when you're the first one across the start-finish line when the clock hits 0. So definitely challenging with the wind, but hey, man, we were all out there on the same course, and it was a good time. I had fun.
What's the number one thing you want to go back and look at in terms of data here before the second heat?
I think we might have some boat setup to do, especially if the wind keeps coming up like it's supposed to. But other than that, I'm pretty happy. I don't know what happened with 21 out there, but he ended up getting caught up behind, and I really struggled getting through some of his rough water at a couple different points, and I think it almost allowed Jamie to sneak in there and get behind me. But like I said, we had to work hard for it, and it was a lot of fun. I hope everyone enjoyed the show.
We appreciate you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Andrew Tate saying he hopes everybody enjoyed the show. I can only speak for two people, and usually I can only speak for one, but I'm going to go out on a limb and say you and I did.
Absolutely. No, that was incredible. I mean, 3 boats tied together like that, you know, lap after lap. It was so great, and just how hard they were all pushing. You know, you watch each and every one of them get out of shape, get a little out of control. The drivers did a great job of just wrestling right back down to the water and put their foot back into it. And it was really cool. And, you know, one thing I want to touch on really quick was when Gunnar did get behind a little bit, not saying that his lane went away, but once there's water on the windshield, because you're behind, it's really tough to see where you're going. And I did see him go to the inside when he couldn't see where he's going. He missed the buoy. Unfortunately, that's a call the referees have to make.
Wow. Well, I don't know what we want to blame it on. I think you can blame it on a whole bunch of good stuff. I think we can blame it first and foremost on the fact we have an extremely competitive field of H1 Unlimited hydroplanes. Yep. 1A, Heat 1A is official. We're going to put it on the screen, and there it is. Your official winner of Heat 1A, the U40, Dylan Runne. He will pick up 400 points. Second place will go to the Royer Miss Madison, Brandon Kennedy. He will pick up 300 points. The Graham Trucking and Jeff Bernard come home in third place, 225 points. Jimmy Shane, the Miss Apollo, our fast boat in the heat, he comes home in fourth place with 169 points. And then rounding out the 5-boat finish, the U3, the Tahoe Miss, presented by Beacon Plumbing. And let's go right back down to the dock. Let's talk to Jamie Nilsen and Danny Rogers. Danny?
Jamie, your qualifying times were a sign of what's to come here in the heats. Andrew Tate down in the docks just complimented how fast your boat is. From your point of view, how close was that heat?
Yeah, I mean, from my point of view, those guys were all over me. I mean, I think he could have thrown a sheet over the 3 of us at multiple times during that race. Hope the fans enjoyed it. I mean, that was 3 fast boats giving it everything they had for 3 laps, and I think you can see just how much hard work this J&D's team puts in, because it's paying off. The boat's running great. It's an absolute pleasure to drive out there, and you know, we're going to keep trying to get a little bit faster. We're close, but we're not satisfied, and we've got a long weekend yet, and try to get everything we can out of the Miss J&D or Miss FLAV-R-PAC.
What are you continuing to learn about the U11 this weekend?
A lot. So, you know, engine combinations, gearbox combinations, propellers. There's an endless amount of variables on this boat, but, you know, we've been going at this for years now, and it's really encouraging. I feel like we're starting to hone in and dial in on, you know, just what the Miss FLAV-R-PAC really likes, and I think you can see it out there.
Fantastic. We appreciate you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Great job, Danny Rogers, catching up with Jamie Nilsen, and he's a little excited down there. He made me feel a little bit better about calling you the winner of our Heat 1A. He had a little faux pas there. It happens when you get excited and you get the adrenaline running, and he obviously still has a little bit of it pumping through his veins.
Emotions are running high down there, but, you know, I don't blame him. That's a great run from those guys, and he just worked his tail off to get that second place. And I think he deserves to take a deep breath and just relax for a second.
I wanted to ask you something. Well, we've got our next heat coming out on the water right now, but I wanted to ask you something. This is the first time that U11 FLAV-R-PAC, under the ownership of Scott and Shannon Rainey, has ever gone that fast. I mean, they've never turned a 160 before. Well, now they're doing that. Now they're seeing straightaway and top end speeds that maybe they've never seen before. Do they suddenly now have to start thinking about boat riding? And can the boat ride they've always dialed in handle that much speed?
No, you're absolutely right. For you know, every time you start going faster and faster in these boats, you develop new problems, new issues, and problems you didn't know you had. Whether it's with running gear, you know, aero stuff. So hopefully, you know, Scott's one of the best in the business, so he knows what to do. He's going to get in there and say, what's the boat feel like? But Jamie's going to give good feedback. He's going to say, well, you know, at the top end, which they're doing faster, like you said, they've ever done, the boat's starting to do this, starting to do that. He knows what changes to make. You know, they can work together. So as they get faster and develop some problems, those guys are going to get it dialed in.
Well, every time I talk to you drivers, and again, I throw you in that pool because it was always the same when I talk to you. I ask you what you want to do, and you always tell me the same thing. You just want to go faster. I mean, if you're going to race, I guess you better have that mindset.
No, that's it. And the other thing is just drivability, because as long as these things are going faster, the driver needs to feel comfortable trying to keep it in whatever lane, in whatever position that they need to be in. So, yeah, the crew just is going to work hard with Jamie to make sure that this boat's drivable and it's still raceable. And I'm excited to see what this weekend holds for him. We've got 2.5 liter modifieds on the water right now. Brad, that is the S90 with Travis Olsch out front, Jessen Burnett, the 225 in the orange and white boat. That is Jacob Malden in the white boat there in third place, just crossing the start-finish line. And Preston Wright's local favorite here in Juliet Livingston's boat. That's a 2.5 stock step up. We saw that yesterday where some of the stock boats will actually step up into the modified class, and yesterday they had total control over the class because their engine stayed running.
That's right. You said the 2.5 mods are a lot of fun. They can run pretty darn quick, and the rule book was pretty thin, but they can be cantankerous and not always run.
Yeah, it's a full-time job just keeping these things running, but when they run good, they are a lot of fun to watch.
And I think if Preston Reitz either read the wrong buoy or he headed back to the pit area. And are we calling them all back to the pit area? We got everybody cutting the course right now. Let's watch these three. We've had 2 boats return to the pit area, and our other boats are still running. So I'm going to see if I can't sneak out and take a look at the flags.
And it's not too odd to see, you know, the drivers might see something on their gauges that they don't quite like, maybe oil temperature a little higher than they would like, something not quite right, so it's better just to go back to the pits, fix whatever is the minor problem right now before it becomes a major issue down the road.
We have 1 minute 30 seconds until the start. There it is. We've got it on the screen now. It's 1:13. 1:13. We had people scrambling to get downstairs to get a clock on the screen. It is up, and we are coming up on 1 minute. 1 minute to the start in 2, 1. Mark. 1 minute.
And this is another Fight for Lanes class, and Travis Olsch with one of the stock boats up there a little early. He's on the inside. That beautiful purple boat. Love the lines on that thing. Justin Burnett with that fully modified Honda in lane number 2, hanging back there just on Travis's outside. Up there early, ahead of the field. Can't tell if that's one of the Bartels.
Taking a look down from the drone, trying to figure out exactly who is who there as they get the top end of the race course with 25 seconds.
I believe that's Jacob Malden in lane number 3, and that's Marissa Bartels in lane number 4. That's a BWR boat on the outside. And you can hear him get wound up here. Listen to that.
10 seconds. This might be close. We're 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. Wow. I think that's a legal start. I don't know, but it was awfully close.
I think Olsch nailed it. We'll have to wait and see, but that looked good to me. What a good start. Bartels on the outside. That's Malden in the middle, and Olsch at the stock boat on the inside. Now, Olsch has one of the fastest stock boats in the country, so let's see if he can stay ahead from these fire-breathing, methanol-burning monsters here behind him. I guarantee you he can feel them breathing down his neck.
He knows they are coming.
Look at that Bartels boat on the outside. That thing is wound up and really moving. That's great to see. That is a billet aluminum Esslinger engine, alcohol injected, in second place, and that's a Honda in third place. And Justin Burnett with another Honda back in fourth place. But out front is that, I believe that's a Ford. That's a stock Ford out front.
Do we know if it is Marina or Marissa Bartels? Are we sure? Do we know? I do not.
They usually let us know right before, but you just never know. Both of the young ladies are very excited to get in that thing and drive, and you can see just how much fun it is right there. It's fast. I know why they both want to drive.
One of the books, we're going to go 3 times around. A 2.5 liter modified class with a couple of boats stepping up in class.
Yeah, Travis Olsch holding that inside lane, going to make the Bartels go around the outside, and she's going a lot faster right now, but she's got a lot longer way to go, so we'll see if there's enough time for her to get it done. Looks like she's chipping away ever so slightly. They're pulling ahead of Jacob Malden back in third place. Now, Jacob lost an engine 2 weeks ago at Black Lake also, and they had to air freight one in to make it this weekend. That's been quite an undertaking. Now, they live out Friday Harbor on an island, and so everything has to come ferry. It's a long way to get it there, so my hat's off to those guys for even getting here this weekend.
And it doesn't happen quick. Well, she was able to close through the corner and off the corner, and then she lost a little bit, gave some of that lead back. See if she can chip away with it again. She's trying to stay right on Travis's hip as they come off the top end of the course, come down to put 2 in the books with 1 to go.
Yeah, Travis is doing a stellar job of driving right now. He's working on not making any mistakes. He's keeping it in lane 1. He's not scrubbing any boat speed. He's just driving his own race and said, hey, if you're fast enough, come catch me. And she says, watch me, here I come.
Well, and every time he comes off the corner, he just looks in that right side rear view mirror and goes, you're not going away.
No, it looks like he might be slowing a little bit or maybe just hit some rough water, but she definitely gained some ground there.
Here she comes again, and this time she's going to peek up even closer. This is the checkered flag lap.
Yeah,
and we're going to see the nose. There it is.
Yeah, she is flat out moving now, and now that she's got the clean water, she dictates the race course. She says, hey, you want lane 1? I'm going to keep you in lane 1. Here they come into the final turn.
Yeah, they're going to get up here pretty much dead even. Olsch is on the inside, Bartels on the outside.
And Bartels looks like she might be losing power a little bit.
Oh, that was too bad.
Yeah, she had a great run there, but Olsch is going to pull ahead and come around to be able to take the checkered flag here. A great run for the Bartels family, but unfortunately, it let loose a little early.
Yeah, that's too bad. She was coming every lap. She was getting a little closer.
But no one is pushing harder right now than Jacob Malden in third place. He says, hey, I've got a quarter of a lap. Let's see if I can catch it. But I don't think he's going to be able to do it. Yeah, you hear definitely dropped a cylinder there. She's on 3 cylinders, unfortunately. I love the sound of that Malden boat. It's just, the RPMs that those guys are running are absolutely incredible, and I love it. It's really cool. And Justin Burnett, this is a really cool boat too. He tries a lot of new things. You know, what he's running is not just the standard of what everyone else is doing. He says, well, why don't we try this? Why don't we try that? So he's not always out front, but he's definitely learning, and he's trying some new things and trying to be a little inventive in his own right. It's pretty neat. So I believe we're going to have a few inboard classes here coming up. Just trying to, they're mixing them up a little on us here. It's, again, dock space is a premium, so they're trying to get
that's for sure.
Everyone in
and
the water.
crane time.
Exactly.
Well, those were your 2.5 liter modifieds. And I can tell you what's coming next, because I'm staring at a dock full of Grand Prix. So I'm going to go out on a limb, since we got 4 of them laying dockside and they look ready to go. Then I think coming up behind them, possibly before them, will be our vintage unlimiteds. We have a telltale sign there looking at the dock. You see the 4 Grand Prix sitting in the water. We also got the vintage boats behind them.
Yeah, that's a cool shot right there. You're looking at the Freak out front with the lid open, ready to go. We have both the Cool Cat boats right behind the GP10, and it looks like we've got the Hop boat right behind those guys.
Yeah, and when we were talking to Brent, I think he said he had lane 1 in this one. In fact, I think we have that written down. In fact, we do. Should be 1 page further there. I'm catching on how to read your book.
You are right, sir.
Something like that. So we got Brent Hall in the GP235. He will be in lane 1. Greg Hopp in the GP15 will be in 2. Kevin Ekert, boy, he'd like to have a good run here in the GP10. That's the Freak. That's the one I like. And then John Shaw in that rocket ship, the GP135, going to be on the far outside. Got some evenly matched boats here. This could be kind of fun. If that's what's coming next, it's our Grand Prix Heat 2B. On the start-finish line tower, looks like we're going to have our vintage boats come out first. At least the Squire shop is away from the dock right now. I see the Griffin Bud in the water, and the 73 Pan Pac is in behind him. Jacobs Radio would like to take this opportunity to thank Legends Casino for their participation in the Columbia Cup here for 2026 on the Columbia River. Legends Casino, thank you for your participation in the 2026 event and for all those years before. This is a very active entity in our community, Legends Casino. Thank you from Jacobs Radio. And along with Legends Casino, we'd also like to thank A1 Refrigeration from Pasco, Washington. That'd be right straight across the river there, Mr. Eccles. That would be the Pasco side. Airflow, heating, air conditioning, and electrical. Think A1. And this is another sponsor that has been on board and supportive of the Tri-City Water Follies and the Columbia Cup for many, many years. Legends Casino and A1 Refrigeration, thank you for your participation. And I'll tell you what, down there at the bottom end of the race course, that boat makes a whole bunch of noise, and it's an awful lot of fun. It's one of the great hulls of all time. You had the nickname for it correct yesterday, the Juggernaut, and it was a name that it was very deserving of having, and it definitely earned it.
Yeah, the Miss Budweiser, I mean, when I think of the Miss Budweiser, this is what I think of. Like you said yesterday, you know, with Dean Chenoweth, Jim Cropfeld, some of the greats, you know, in this configuration with the old Jones hull, I just loved it. It's the picture of beauty. So I did get word today. I mean, we had 4 of some arguably the coolest vintage boats ever. I did get word that the Atlas Van Lines is going to be unable to show today. They had a few mechanical issues, and they want to go ahead and just err on the side of caution and not hurt anything. So we're going to have 3 out here today, and absolute 3 gorgeous boats.
Yeah, so what we're going to have is the 1980 Griffin-powered Miss Budweiser. That is the boat that you're looking at on the screen, or for those of you here on the shoreline, that's the boat you're going to see up at the top west end of the race course. Coming up quickly behind it is going to be the 1973 Pay-and-Pack. For those of you who may be very, very new to unlimited hydroplane racing, and I know there are many here because I've got some friends in from Florida that have never seen a hydroplane race before. Our vintage class is very important to us. They put on a great show courtesy of the Hydroplane and Raceboat Museum in Kent, Washington, which is just south of the city of Seattle. As the Pay-and-Pack and a Budweiser come by, and for some of our new fans that I was just talking to, Dustin Eccles, this is really there's only 2 boats out there. I don't know what happened with the Squire Shop from 1979, but this is a really good exhibition because the first thing a new fan's going to notice when they look at this is that boat on the inside. It looks like the driver's sitting behind the engine, and indeed he is. This is what we call conventional, and it's conventional because that's the way it was for many years, from the early 1900s for many years into the 70s and 80s. That's the way it was then. So the boat on the inside with the driver sitting behind the motor, that was a 1973 vintage boat, and let me tell you, it was dominant in its day, absolutely dominant in its day. Well, the Budweiser on the outside, you will notice that the driver sits ahead of the engine in that one. And this was the Rolls-Royce Griffin-powered Miss Budweiser. It too, dominant in its day. But this shows a little bit of the evolution of our hull style of our race boats. And as I said yesterday, I'll say it today, I'll say it again tomorrow. For those of us of a certain vintage, we don't talk on the microphone here for about 20 seconds. We just enjoy the roar. Bottom end of the race course, again, the 1973 Pay-and-Pack and the 1980 Miss Budweiser.
And in that Miss Budweiser, Brad, that's, you said the Griffin Budweiser. They built that hull specifically around that engine, if I'm not mistaken. And, you know, the people out here with a car, and they say, well, it's a 2.4 liter or it's a 3.6 liter. That is a 36.7 liter engine. So the engine itself weighs almost 2,000 pounds by itself. So if you really stop and think about that, that's incredible.
So there you just stepped in a great mud puddle and a great segue, because what you're talking about there is the amount of horsepower that thing would kick out, close to 4,000 horsepower out of that Griffin engine. But what did you say it weighed?
It weighs 1,980 pounds in its stock configuration.
So you got 2,000 pounds worth of motor. Now talk to me about today's turbine engine. It cranks out about 2,700 horsepower, but what does it weigh?
2 guys can pick it up, so I don't know that we've weighed it, but nothing like what this thing puts out. It's just incredible.
Power to weight, and that's why the change started to happen and we moved to the turbine engines. Budweiser on the outside, Pay-and-Pack on the inside. And back in the day, there was something fans got to wait for all the time. Now, it was a different Budweiser in 1973, but in 1973, one of the greatest races of all time took place on Seattle's Lake Washington. It was on the big 3-mile race course. I like to refer to it, Dustin, as the greatest race nobody ever saw. The fog came in, set down on that lake. You couldn't see the log boom. You couldn't see the floating bridge up at the north end. But the FLAV-R-PAC and the Budweiser put on a show for the ages, and it was great. And if anything could get better, they did it again in '74 up at Sand Point, and mentioned PAC versus Bud to a good old-time boat racing fan. It gets the hair standing up on their arms.
Yeah, watching some old videos with my dad, watching Smiling George driving, hitting the nitrous button and seeing the big belches of black smoke come out the side, and both of them, they'd empty those nitrous bottles every heat. Pretty cool.
Did you ever get to take one of the vintage boats out?
Not yet, but
yeah, that needs to happen.
I'm maybe one of these days.
That needs to happen. So that makes 2 people now that I know need to go out and do it, because John Walters hasn't done it either, and he needs to get out and drive one of these. The Griffin Budweiser on the outside. David Williams from the Hydroplaner Raceboat Museum behind the wheel.
Wow, how cool is that? You can just feel them go by. It's what a cool sight.
Yeah, that was kind of fun. We enjoy that. That's when they talk about the Thunderboats. That's what they were talking about. That was 2 boats, open stack Rolls-Royce power plants, 2 boats running not very fast. And the boats back in the day in 1973 and 1980 for sure, they weren't that much faster than the boats of today. But the technology now is how fast the boats can get through, into, and out of the corners. The acceleration we see in the race boats today is just unheard of from back then. And it's a great show. We thank the Hydroplaner Raceboat Museum for bringing the boats over here and being a part of the show. We're going to have them out here again tomorrow. We understand we're going to be joined by Brad Haskin. He is going to come up and spend a little time with us and tell us not only about the boats on the water, but what's going on down at the museum, because there's cool stuff going on down there with a 1979 Miss Circus.
Absolutely, yeah. Every time I get to go down to the museum, I'm blown away at how many volunteers are down there working. And like I said yesterday, it's a working museum. You can watch the boats being restored to be in running condition later on. It is so neat to go down there and be a part of it. You know, it takes a lot of money to make those things go around and put shows on like what we just watched. So go by there, stop in, buy some merch, check it out. It's cool, it's worth it.
It is very cool, and I'm going to try and quote David Williams, who was just driving the Griffin Bud there, and he just recently retired last fall. He retired as the executive director of the Hydroplaner Raceboat Museum, turned the reins over to Brad Haskin, with whom we'll speak tomorrow. But I asked him one time, or he's been asked many, many times, why did you restore the boats to a running condition? Because that's a whole different restoration if you're just going to make them cosmetic versus making them so they can actually run on the water. And he says, you know, when it comes to an unlimited hydroplane, it's like trying to explain somebody the majesty or the mystique of an American Eagle. And you can tell them all about it, but you can't really define the spirit of the Eagle until you see it. And he goes, same thing with these race boats. We had to get them out on the water and be able to run them. That's what we do. That's what they do at the museum. And thank you, David. We'll have 4 more boats at the Seattle Seafair next week.
I can't wait. Yeah, I love how they switch it up too. You know,
yeah.
If you're lucky enough to go to both races, or at home watching on the live stream, you get to see a lot of different vintage boats out here running, and it's just so cool. And if you're here in person, get a pit pass. Go down, check them out in person, because you can look at the craftsmanship that goes into these restorations, and it's impeccable.
And if you'd like to participate in one of these restorations, you can do that as well. Go down, have a conversation with them. They're a boat racer. Everybody down there wants to talk about the boat that they're working on, and I can speak from the firsthand experience. I needed something to do at a point in my life, and I needed something to do as a hobby, and during the off season of boat racing and all that, and I was still working and all that good stuff. So I went down to the museum and I volunteered to be a part of the restoration crew of the 1967 Miss Budweiser. And first thing I did was meet a ton of people. And I know you've stolen screwdrivers out of my hand, and so you've seen me work with tools. I'm worked with power tools, but they found something for me to do, and they'll find something for you to do. But go down there and be a part of it. First thing, you'll have a great new family, and who knows, you put enough hours in the restoration, you may find yourself getting ferried around a race course one time. It can happen. It did for me, and it's a lot of fun.
No, that's very cool. Like I said before, I love going down there. It's a great program. Check it out.
So you're looking at the screen there. I believe we are awaiting the arrival of our Grand Prix hydroplanes out on the race course. Now, what's interesting to me, Dustin Eccles, give me your 2 cents on this, but is the old guy here getting twisted around, or has the wind kind of changed position here and changed its direction? It appears to be coming kind of across toward us here.
It has changed its direction a little bit, and it's been a little swirling all day long. Luckily, though, it's not too strong of a wind right now. Still totally raceable, and but it has changed a little bit. You heard Andrew Tate say earlier that they might make a few changes on that boat to make it a little bit easier to drive in the wind, and we spoke about that a little bit. Every time we'd see that boat get loose and out of shape, he'd have to actually slow down a little bit, wrestle it back down to the water, and he'd give up some speed. So this might go from having the outright fastest boat to just having one of the better handling boats in these conditions today, to just make it go faster in these conditions and get some points.
Well, I do have one bit of unfortunate news that I have to pass along, that I think I told you when we were in Madison, you make one mistake on this live stream, you're just going to get tattooed for it. So I just checked my phone there. I've got text messages from family members across the country going, congratulations to Dustin Eccles on his win. Oh, my goodness. So I know you know who you are, who sent that note to me. Thank you very much. I'm embarrassed enough, okay? I put the wrong driver in the boat. Oh, gosh. Well, we are going to step away for just a couple of minutes, but if we hear him crank up one of those Grand Prix boats, we will jump right back. But let Dustin and I step away from the microphone for just a moment. We'll grab a bottle of water, and we'll be right back. It's the 2026 Apollo Columbia Cup. We've been racing hydroplanes here from 1966. The tradition continues. Don't go away. We'll be right back. And just like that, it is time to go racing one more time here on the Columbia River at the 2026 Apollo Columbia Cup. Brad Luce here, along with Dustin Eccles, coming up on the 4-minute, 10-second mark. It is Heat 2B of our Grand Prix America hydroplanes. We got a 4-boat heat slated to go. The lanes have been assigned. On the inside lane, going to be Brent Hall. He was up here earlier and played delivery man and brought me a wonderful gift here. Brent, you are just the man, and I've loved that guy since the day I met him, and he and I have a special relationship. He's a good kid. Brent Hall will be in lane number 1, GP 235. Lane number 2, the GP 15, Greg Hopp, going to be a very low profile yellow hydroplane. You can't miss that one in this particular heat. Kevin Ekert going to drive a boat they call the Freak GP10. It's the boat I really like the silhouette of that boat on the water. You got both of the Cool Cat Motorsports boats up at the top end of the course, and that's because John Shaw is going to drive the GP 135, the second boat in the Cool Cat Motorsports arsenal here, and the second one in this heat. So it's going to be Hall in 1, Hop in 2, Ekert 3, Shaw on the outside. That's John Shaw, the first boat coming across the line. That's the 135, and then you see the 235 behind it. That's the boat they ran last year as the Cool Cat Motorsports. They got the 135 boat, the GP 79. They picked it up after San Diego, made that the 135. So they got the 135 and the 235. Both of them, when they're running, they're both quick as cats.
Yeah, they've got a couple of fast race boats and a couple of very capable drivers to get those things around the course. So I would definitely look for those guys to be out front. But, you know, the GP10 has been so fast this weekend. I mean, if he can just get a good start, get out front, and get away, I mean, that'll be a hard one to catch.
And you're not going to count out the hopper, are you? Never.
Not by a long shot.
Never count out the hopper. That's the yellow boat headed up the backstretch, and he's in the middle of that group of 3 that's headed up the backstretch there on the left side of your screen. I think this is Ekert. Is this Ekert coming on? Yeah, this is Ekert coming off the top end of the race course, coming down for our fans here on the shoreline. Those of you watching on the H1 Unlimited live stream see the 2 boats. Brent Hall on the inside there of those 2 boats up in the corner, and just outside him is the bright yellow and Greg Hopp.
That was a good timing run by John Shaw out there in lane 4. He knows if I'm going to be out here all the way on the outside, I need to nail this start. We've seen it all weekend long so far, how important these starts are. If you're a second late, you're going to be just in the roughest, worst water, especially on the outside. And if you're a little early, you're done. So he's got to nail it.
Got to nail the start, and that's what Brent Hall was telling us too when he was up here. He said, I'm going to be on that inside lane. I don't want to be tardy getting down there in turn 1. That's a tough one. So you see a boat cutting the race course there. That's John Shaw. It's a legal maneuver here in Grand Prix because we're coming up on 1 minute and 1 second mark. 1 minute to the start of our Grand Prix Heat 2B. Hall, Hopp, Ekert, and Shaw. 1, 2, 3, 4. Going to go 3 times around. And I can tell you that our friend Mr. Hopp has yet to put his foot in that boat at all since he's left the pit area. He's just been cruising around.
I really think that Greg has a throttle stop in there that he doesn't take off until the final heat, to be honest with you. I've seen that boat run incredible in heat races, and then he's lights out in the final. That's why you can never count out the hopper.
Well, he's in a good lane here. He's in 2. He's going to have Hall off to his left and Ekert on his right. Coming up inside 15 seconds now. Hopp's leading him up there right now.
Brent needs to go. He's going to be late to the party if he doesn't get his foot in there quick.
He's getting a little damp in there right now. Inside 3, 2, 1. Mark. Looks like a legal start. Kevin Ekert's going to break the clock. Man, look at the speed Shaw's got on the outside, Dustin. He's flying.
He's going to need it. He was a little late at the start. He's going the long way around. Kevin Ekert's no slouch. He's out front now in lane 3 with Hopp on the inside. They're going to keep John Shaw way out wide right now, and Shaw's got a long way to go.
Man, look at Kevin Egret driving a freak GP10. Look at Shaw on the outside. He went by hop like he was tied to the buoy coming out of there. And they both have their sights set on Kevin Egret. This is a good heat.
This is a good heat. Kevin's going to set up a little wide here, leave Greg some room on the inside. He's going to keep John Shaw way out wide, make him run the long course. Look at Greg, though. Greg's not giving up. He says, I'm going for the win.
Yeah, Greg's never going to give it up. It's still Kevin Egret at the end of one, then John Shaw. And John Shaw's got his sights set on Kevin Egret. This one's not settled yet, Dustin.
No, not by a long shot. Kevin, he's just got to run his own race. Just keep his eye, make sure he stays legal. Keep John nice and wide, make him run the long way around. And, you know, as he adjusts for the corner, John can't see the buoy, so he's turning off of Kevin's spray. That's a tough way to drive.
That is a tough way, and unfortunately, Hop is losing power coming off of turn number 1 down at the bottom end of the race course. But the race is out front, and so far, Kevin Egret has been able to hold off John Shaw, doing exactly what you said, Dustin Eccles. Exactly what you said. Drive his own race. If he wants to push him around, go for it, but drive your race. Do what your boat wants it to do, and it's coming down to put 2 in the books. Egret still leading Shaw. He's not making up ground, at least on that lap, Dustin.
No, 1 lap to go. Egret with a nice, healthy lead, 1 rooster tail. Shaw is putting the pedal to the floor, though. He wants these points. He needs to make up some ground here. This is going to be a fast lap.
It's going to be a real fast lap. He's a little bit tighter to him right now. He's trying to stay right on his hip as they come off the corner. Egret knows he's there. He's sitting in that right side mirror.
Kevin's got the advantage here. What he can do is stay a little wide, stay off the buoys, because John Shaw cannot see the buoys. So you stay wide, you leave the inside lanes open, and then when you get to this last turn, you dive into the buoys. John Shaw goes wide, he loses a bunch of speed, and this is what Kevin's going to do.
Wow. Kevin Egret, he showed me something in this one. He showed a lot of boat speed. Here he comes. They call it the Freak. It's the GP10. It's Kevin Egret, and he waves the sponsons across and picks up a checkered flag.
Wow, what a heat.
Yeah.
That's a great win for the Richards group. They needed that. You know, Kevin had a penalty yesterday, and he didn't think it was justified, and this is a good way for him to get back some points and, you know, get his foot in the door for a front spot in the final. And, you know, John Shaw, that just showed him he had a good timing run earlier, but he needs to nail the start, because if you're late like that on the outside, your day's over.
Yeah, and it didn't help to be late on the inside either. And unfortunately there for our young friend, Mr. Hall, he was tardy at the start, and he just came across in 3rd place. He'll pick up 3rd place points, and too bad for how far did Greg, oh, there he is.
Yeah, you know, that's something that you don't see very often with that yellow boat floating, going to be on the end of a tow rope, because that is a very dependable, reliable boat, and Greg knows just what it takes to make that thing live. You don't see him push it very hard, so hopefully whatever they broke is something minor. They're going to be able to get that thing fixed, because that's definitely a crowd favorite.
You're going to have a crowd favorite right there with that GP10. That was a nice run.
Kevin's happy enough right now. I wouldn't be surprised if he just walks right across the water onto the dock.
You see him giving a fist bump there, or a fist pump, when he got out of the cockpit and on the deck. The boat is now back to the dock. I think we got our E350s headed in the water now.
Some hugs all the way around. Yeah, Kevin did a great job that time. You know, he made a good start. He just kept it clean. He's got a good fast race boat. So that was a great run for the GP10 Freak. Yeah, I'm anxious to see what happened with the GP15. Like I said, hopefully it's something minor. Greg, you know, he has a ton of laps in these boats, and the second that he feels something that's not quite right, something that feels a little off, he's definitely going to err on the side of caution, because, you know, he and his dad do most of the work on these boats themselves, and it's a lot of work when you don't pay attention to what the boat's telling you and let it tear itself apart. So hopefully shut it down early.
Those of you watching on the live stream there are going to see Kevin Egret and the GP10 on the right. They're pulling that boat forward on the dock, so Brent Hall has room to bring the 235 back to the dock, and he is just about there. Boat going in front of the fully loaded racing E350. I'm silently watching our Dustin Eccles, who was checking out some information sent to him. And young man, I think you have a draw and lane assignments for our Heat 2A and Heat 2B for our H1 Unlimited class. You want to, why don't you cough it out there? Yours truly will write it down on my sheet. We're going to put it up on the screen, of course. That's what we're going to do, and then our fans can get it.
So in Heat 2A, the U21, Spirit of 76, Gunnar O'Farrell in lane number 1. Lane number 2 is the U12, Graham Trucking, Jeff Bernard. Lane number 3, the Miss Apollo, U27, Jimmy Shane. Lane number 4, the U11, FLAV-R-PAC, Jamie Nilsen. And on the outside, the U1, BWR, Andrew Tate.
Oh my goodness. We see what's happening here, correct? And we see what's about to happen in 2B when we put that out. We have both boats from the stable of BWR Racing are now racing in the same heat. Jimmy Shane and Andrew Tate. They haven't squared off since final heat in Madison. They found themselves together, and I can tell by the two boats that are missing from this list, they are going to be together in 2B. We'll put that one up on the screen. There it is. Why don't you run through it, Dustin?
Yeah, on the inside, lane number 1, the U3 Tahoe Miss, Corey Peabody. Lane number 2, the U00 Maverick, J. Michael Kelly. Lane number 3, the U40 Bucket List Racing, Dylan Runne. And in the outside, lane number 4, the U6 Royer Miss Madison, Brandon Kennedy.
Wow. Look at that. So you got the strong boats sitting in lane 1 and 2. Dylan going to be out in lane 3, and then Brandon Kennedy, courtesy of a very nice finish, but he obviously chose before Dylan.
Yeah. So
maybe he looked at it and said, well, it seemed to work well for Dylan, or was it Dustin? Seemed to work well for one of them, but yeah, he's moved himself to the outside. They ran very, very strong in that last heat.
But he has a good start on points here. We talked about getting a foothold on points, not taking any unnecessary risks. I think that's exactly what he's doing. He had a great run, a second place finish. I mean, that's fantastic, and that's a lot of points. So you don't want to put that in jeopardy. You don't want to make a mistake, go to the inside, and have something happen. So, yeah, not a bad call, I think. And the boat that I know he can handle it. I know he's going to be just fine, but Jamie Nilsen in the U11 has to be thinking, oh boy, what kind of position did I get myself in here in between those two boats, the 27 on the inside and the 1 on the outside. You talk about the importance of making a good start and a good head of steam. That's where it's going to be right there.
Yeah, buckle up. Give an extra cinch on the seat belts. Wow. So that's what we're going to be looking at. That's coming up later on today. Did you get an updated schedule for the start time for that wonderful heat?
We have not yet. We're waiting on the updated schedule. The schedule's been a little fluid today, but we will let you know as soon as we get one. We do know the E350s are in the water for right now, though, so we should be having those boats on the water shortly.
Well, this is when the new race format becomes more fun. It didn't vary a whole lot in Madison. We didn't really get to see what would happen if things turned out other than the way everybody kind of expected. Well, things didn't turn out that way here in our first heat of the day with a couple of gun jumpers, and now we see what happens with this new format and how it shakes up the draws for the boats in the heat. Now, for the first time in preliminary heats, we've got boats from the same race team squaring off against each other. We got it happening not only in 2A, but in 2B. Makes it kind of fun. Love to be in the middle of that strategy meeting.
Absolutely. Yeah, the importance of getting a good start, getting some points to start it off, it's very apparent for both the 21 and the 3 right now. Both of those boats didn't have the finish they wanted in the first heat, especially Gunnar O'Farrell. He really needs some points right now. That's a great boat, and they want to see it on the front row. But unfortunately, he's starting off with no heat points. He has his qualifying points. And Corey Peabody, he spoke about how dominant he is at this race course, and he's starting off with a gun jump, and starting basically in the back of the pack. So he's really determined right now to make a good start, get out front, and hopefully get some 400 points.
Definitely going to be fun. We are awaiting the arrival of our E350s. .234 Pacific Daylight Time here in the Tri-Cities at the 2026 Apollo Columbia Cup. Brad Luce along with Dustin Eccles, Danny Rogers down in the pit area. Dustin is working diligently not only to get heat draws and lane lineups for us, he's also working on getting the current schedule, which we all know how that works in hydroplane racing, right? As soon as you get the current schedule, it becomes outdated and superseded and things change, but that's just the way it goes.
I do, working with one of the chief referees here. So we have up next E350 heat, followed by a 2.5 liter stock heat, and following the stock heat will be the 2.5 liter mod heat.
Our vintage boats are back on the schedule at 3:45 and then coming up at 4:05, if that's written correctly. Heat 2A for H1 Unlimited, and 4:45 will put the capper on the day with Heat 2B. Should be barn burners, both of them. So what have we got here? We're looking at 2:35. Right now we're right on this schedule. At where are we? We're at 2:35, so looking at 2:40 E350s, 3 o'clock, 2.5 stocks, 3:20, 2.5 mods, vintage at 3:45, and then 4:05 and 4:45 for Heat 2A and Heat 2B. Again, those times are Pacific Daylight Time. I'm not going to say we're on the West Coast, but we're out that way. While we
Brad, we've got a national high points update if you would like it.
Let's, you got something you can throw on the screen here and let our fans see. Dustin and I will do our best to explain it to our fans on the beach.
We've just got it calculated roughly here, Brad. Right now, Andrew Tate in the U1 BWR Racing is 2,149 points. 100 points back from him is Jimmy Shane in the U27 Miss Apollo, and rounding out our top three right now is U00 Maverick with J. Michael Kelly at 1670. All three boats in our top three, they're split by 479 points. It's very close.
Well, and that is courtesy of what happened in our Heat 1A, and that's just how quickly things can change. And it's no different than any other sport. You can have everything going your way, and then things start to go bad, and they start to unravel in a hurry, and the next thing you know, you find yourself in a hole. But Andrew Tate still sitting on top of the ladder. Where's Mr. Tate going to run in this one? He's going to be on the far outside of our Heat 2A. Have I got that right?
You do, and if he's going to come away with another win, he's going to earn it, because there are some really fast boats inside of him in that heat.
Yeah. To start with, Jamie Nilsen is going to be just off to his left in lane number 4, and just off to his left in lane number 3 is that Shane character. So this is when this format really starts to play out and it gets fun.
And off to all three of those boats left are two drivers with a chip on their shoulder. Jeff Bernard, he wants to get some points here and show how fast his boat is. And that 21, Gunnar O'Farrell, he needs points at this point. So it's a very important heat.
It is indeed. We got boats away from the dock here. Our E350s are on the water. I think you're going to correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe we got Rochelle Hill right there in the foreground. And I think, is that Kip Brown on the outside? I think it was. So we will stand up. We are on the clock, coming up on 4 minutes and 10 seconds until the start. I believe that is Kip Brown, who is leading Rochelle Hill as they come out of the pit area and start up the backstretch. They are not the first two boats away from the dock. There is, I believe, the fully loaded Racing, I believe, is out front of them. Is that the white boat?
That's the all-white boat, Brad. Bill Strain is the driver.
Bill Strain. Now, there's a guy, here's a great guy. I've known him for a long, long time when I started doing Region 10 races up in Pateros. We got to know him. Nice guy and knows how to handle a race boat.
He stands out, too. He's the guy with the mohawk.
You can't miss him in a crowd. That is for sure.
Yeah, he's put a lot of time into this boat. They're working on getting it a little faster each time, and it's really showing. He's doing a great job. And John Rifle is the owner, and they put this boat on the scales and changed some balance points and changed some riding surfaces. And so far, Bill's really happy with it. It's great to see. I think you spoke with Kip Brown earlier. That setup is darn near perfect. So that's a hard boat to beat. Kip does a great job pushing the pedals, and the boat is fantastic. Rochelle Hill right there in the red with chartreuse trim. That's an older wooden boat. She is doing a fantastic job out here. We're loving it. And it was very doubtful she was even going to make this event. She wanted to make it for her sponsors over here, Ice Harbor Brewery and Haltech ECMs, to come over here and put a show on. She had a lot of hull damage here a couple weeks ago. They worked countless hours and got the thing here late Thursday night. So that's great to see.
You have to love and appreciate that kind of effort to come put on a show and support the Tri-City Water Follies here for 2026. This would be the Apollo Columbia Cup at TCWF, the Tri-City Water Follies, the biggest festival in eastern Washington.
You can never count out Mike Jarvis also driving John Bosserman's boat. That boat also stands out. It is bright yellow with blue trim. He's behind the fleet right now. This is, again, a fight for lanes class coming up on 2 minutes to the start. You see the drivers cutting through the race course right now from the backside to the front side. Everyone's following Kip Brown.
Yeah, I was just, I looked down for a moment and all of a sudden everybody was coming across and I'm thinking that's not where the corner is.
And that's Jason Schrock on the outside, Brad. He lost his cowling. I'm not sure if he left it on the beach or if it came off out there, but that's the 331, the dark blue boat. He's on the outside right now.
Coming up on a $130. In fact, we just went through it. So looking at the hulls down there, is that Kipper sitting in one?
It looks like it, yeah. He's a little ways back, but he is in lane one. They're a little early, a little antsy to get a good lane. Nobody wants to be late to the party here. And that's Bill straining just on his outside hip, it looks like.
That's the white boat just in front of the boat there that you see is Kip Brown, second place boat going up, but they've got company with them.
Yeah, a whole bunch of boats there. That's Rochelle Hill in lane number 3. Looks like Mike Jarvis in lane number 4. And actually Schrock is going to be in lane number 4.
Is that Jarvis on the outside?
I believe that's Jarvis
the
on the
yellow
outside.
Boat and the Reigning Thunder. That's a good looking shot right there of our 5 boats that are going to come down to start our E350 heat. We're coming up on 30 seconds. Coming up on 30 seconds in 3, 2, 1, mark. 30 seconds to the start. Everybody bunched up real well. When do they put the foot down, Dustin?
Well, this is a tough one for me to judge because, these boats are all different speeds. So I think it's going to be somewhere around a 10-second run from where they're at. So they're going to get on it real soon.
Yeah, because we're at 10 now. And we'll see how it goes. I don't see Kip in there anywhere. He might be laying back. We are 3, 2, 1, mark. I think it's legal.
Schrock breaks the clock.
Look at Kip coming on the inside. He is closing on the inside with a lot of speed. I think he was 4th or 5th when he came across the start-finish line, but he was closing all the way down the front straightaway, and given his inside lane position, I think he may come out of this thing out on top, and there he is. Wow, that was impressive.
He's got some great boat speed. That thing handles like a dream. He put it in a good position, make sure to get a legal start, and he's out front.
They left him a lane down there. He said, thank you very much. I will drive through it. Now, is that Schrock that's coming up behind him?
That's Schrock just on his outside hip. He's not that far back. He's about a rooster tail back, and he's doing everything he can right now to stay ahead of Jarvis, who's right outside of him.
Yeah, that's Jarvis in 3rd place up the backstretch. Then it's Bill Strain. That's the white boat, but right to his right outside. They could reach out and shake hands. That'd be Rochelle Hill. So still tightly bunched up there, but out front it is all Kip Brown. He will come down to complete lap number 1 of heat number 4 of our E350s.
Very impressive run right now for Jason Schrock in second place. That, like I said before, that boat's been sitting for a while, but look at Rochelle Hill right now on the outside. She's got her foot to the floor. She pulls up dead even with Mike Jarvis.
Rochelle Hill passed 2 boats on the front straightaway, and those 2 boats were at least 2 rooster tail lengths apart. She flew down the front straightaway.
That is very, very impressive, and she's actually gaining ground right now on the leaders. She's in the rough water too, but look at the acceleration. That thing is crazy.
Rochelle Hill, as we are halfway through our heat number 4 of our E350s, and Rochelle says, I am not done. I got more to say in this particular heat.
Schrock better be watching his mirrors and listen to his radio person, because she's coming fast and putting the pedal down. Kip's out front. He's got a commanding lead right now, but Jason Schrock is not that comfortable in second place.
And I believe we lost Mike Jarvis. We did, coming out of turn number 1. We've lost him, so our 5-boat field is down to a 4-boat field. Rochelle's not done. All she needed to do was go to Black Lake and tear the bottom off that boat, because since she rebuilt it, the thing's a rocket, and she is making up ground.
Oh yeah, no, she's closing quickly here on Jason Schrock's outside. You can bet that he's watching that outside mirror and thinking, where did she come from?
Well, he's not going to have to look in the rearview mirror much longer. He might be able to look out the side window, because she's just about right there as they get to the exit pin of the corner. Look for her boat's nose, and there it is, Rochelle Hill. They are dead even up the backstretch, Dustin.
Wow, look at that. That boat is just absolutely on edge. There's nothing touching the water. She's flying that thing like an airplane with a half a lap to go here. Checkered flag is up.
Kip Brown, if everything holds together, is going to come down and pick up a checkered flag here, but the race is for second place. Rochelle Hill on the outside, trying to run down Jason Schrock. Bring him down, Dustin Eccles. This is going to be close. Brown got the win.
Oh yeah, dead even. Schrock's foot's to the floor, but Rochelle Hill with momentum on the outside is going to get second place. What a run. How exciting.
How about that? She came from 5th to 2nd in that heat.
And, you know, she has to be so proud of that. If she can put a start together, we just saw, I think that's arguably one of the fastest boats we've seen this weekend in the 350 class. If she can nail her start, Kip has something to worry about.
Wow, that was impressive.
That was great. Yeah, what a great run.
5th to 2nd. That's not bad.
No, in the rough stuff on the outside, too. I mean, that's not like she had glass water. She had to fight through all the slop and get up there. That's a great run. That's great for that team. Hopefully Mike Jarvis just had something minor break. We're optimistic. We stay optimistic up here, but it's a pretty stock class, so not a lot of crazy race engines in these things. Hopefully it's something that's an easy fix.
But a good heat of racing. All our classes have had their moments where they're putting on really good competitive racing. Our H1 Unlimited hydroplanes certainly notwithstanding. They had some great stuff. What do we have next on our schedule? You got it there where we can see it?
So we do. We have 2.5 liter stocks coming up next at 3 o'clock. So just a few minutes away, we're going to get these E350s back to the dock, and we cannot overstate it enough that these docks are packed. There's a lot of boats here, and these crane operators and pit ops guys are doing a great job of just trying to make room and get one class out, one class in, and a lot of drivers are unstrapping from one boat, jumping in another boat, and it's busy down there.
You're looking at Mike Jarvis. He's waiting for a tow in the Raining Thunder. We will step away. Dustin Eccles and Brad Luce here. We're going to step away, go get another bottle of water, doing our best to stay hydrated. If you're here along the shoreline, do the same. We'll be back very quickly. It's the 2026 Apollo Columbia Cup.
I'm Brandon Kennedy, and you're watching H1 Unlimited on YouTube.
boats back on the race course right now. 2.5 liter stocks. You can see that bright yellow boat, Carson Kelly, coming up on 3 minutes and 45 seconds to the start of the race. That's Kyle Davenport, the S6 out front right now. Another fight for lanes class. These drivers are all trying to get the inside lane. It's a big chess match out here, and we're going to see who can be on top. Davenport had a very, very aggressive pre-race maneuver this last time and actually came from behind and found a lane, made a lane, but he made it work. But one of the fastest boats on the water was Miss Katie Brown, and I think I heard that she might not be in this run here in a passing conversation, so we'll have to wait and see if we see her on the water. But there's Travis Olsch right out in front of us right now, crossing the start-finish line.
That's a good-looking race boat. I like Olsch's boat. I'm sorry I'm going to have to ask this question on air. Purple or blue?
It's purple.
It's purple. Okay.
And this one will throw you for a loop, Brad, because this is Cannon Cushing right here, one of the local favorites. That thing is multicolored. It's more of a white pink, but it has all sorts of sparkles and metal flake all over it. It's really cool.
You're just messing with me. Now, behind that boat, is that Austin?
That's Austin.
That's what I thought.
And you have the hull of Preston Wrights, owned by Juliette Livingston, just behind Austin right now, and we're coming up on 2 minutes and 20 seconds to the start. Carson Kelly doing a great job out here this weekend. You know, he's just getting some seat time in this boat.
Yep.
He's not making any mistakes. He's been able to find that inside. Kyle Davenport right now says, I've got the inside right now, but we're about to find out what happens. This is going to get exciting.
Yeah, he's standing right in Carson's left side rearview mirror. And did Carson close the door on him? No, not quite yet. He's still in there.
And I think if Carson does it quick, he's legal, but wow, it's going to tighten up there.
Not going to happen now.
Wow, that was really, really tight. We'll have to see if there's any paint trading when they come back by.
Coming up on 140 to our start.
And we've got one boat all the way down at the entrance of turn number 2. Not sure exactly if they're having a problem or if that's where they want to be.
I'm kind of expecting, I thought maybe Carson might come across, but no, he's going to stay up there and just bleed off some time.
And I think that's what that boat that's way up there is going to do. You know, some of these boats, Brad, are equipped with a water pump. So when they go slow, the driver can actually turn a toggle switch on in the cockpit, and it turns a water pump on so they can cool the engines going slow. So
really,
it's a pretty incredible way to race. You know, they get up there so early and basically just park.
I have never heard that one before, so there's a new one. Coming up on 50 seconds, 50 until our start.
This is an early one. This is as early as we've seen at Davenport. Now, he basically thought he had lane 1 established, and since there's already a boat in lane 1, he doesn't technically just get to take over lane 2. He has to go to the outside and find another lane, but we'll see what happens here. We'll see how hard these drivers want to force that issue.
Now watch Carson in the yellow boat up there. Still got 25 seconds until the start. Carson's going way wide up there. And is this Travis Olsch going just inside Carson and bringing the boat speed?
That is Olsch, yeah, with 15 seconds. He's going to be out there just inside of Carson, but they might even be a little early. We'll see.
Boy, Carson and him got close together again. We are 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. Wow, good start right there. Carson broke the clock, but it's Austin Eckert on the inside lane, 3 wide down to the lower corner.
And that's Olsch, the meat in the middle right there in that purple boat. We'll see. Let's see if Austin moves in. Not a lot of room there. Wow, it's tight in there.
Wow, he's still hanging in there.
It's Eckert out front right now.
Oh, there he got what?
Yeah, he just ran out of room. But that's Carson going to be in second place on the outside, and Olsch slows and moves wide. And I think that is, we've got a canard broken on Austin Eckert right now.
Oh, boy.
What a great shot.
Yeah, those of you on the live stream can see the boat on the right side of your screen. You see that canard wing. It's at a 45-degree angle hanging up over, looks like it's hanging up over the cockpit there. To our fans on the shore, that's going to be tough to see when they get up there. Actually, you could see it from here looking across the river. The boat in third place up at the top end, you can see the canard wing. sticking up in the air toward the outside of the race course, and that's going to cost him. And look who's the big recipient here. Carson Kelly going to come down and put lap 1 in the book in first place.
Yeah, but watch this second place boat, Brad. This thing was so fast. They're running a brand new Honda engine, and that's Cannon Cushing, one of the local favorites from right here in the Tri-Cities. He came from about 4th or 5th place last race to end up in 3rd, and right now he's trying to chase Carson down. We'll see if he can make up some time.
Travis Ulsh got wet down there in turn 1, and he went way to the outside of the race course, and a couple of boats got by him on the inside. He went so far out. But he has now got things squared away, and he has pulled himself into 4th place. But he doesn't appear to be terribly content. They're going to try and make a move and come up. But meanwhile, those of us on the H1 Unlimited live stream, look at Carson Kelly getting a great boat ride, just floating it up there.
He is. He's getting pretty light there. What a great shot from our drone operators. That's incredible. Yeah, and I don't think the Cannon's made up much ground, but he's also not giving anything up at this point. He's got the long way around the racetrack, but he's not giving up much. If he wants to beat Carson, he's going to have to do something pretty aggressive here. You hear the difference in the tones of those engines for the fans on the beach here. That Honda in 2nd place, and you've got a Ford out front. They just have a different tone to them.
And you said do something aggressive. Going to try and move to an inside lane. Did going down the front straightaway. Carson going to close the door. Appears that's going to, yep, and the door got closed. Yeah. It's amazing what happens with a good radio, doesn't it?
It is, and that's a risky move trying to go to the inside of a Kelly, because you can't expect there to be any extra room there when you get to the same point.
With a Kelly. Not when you're carrying that last name with you.
What a run, though. These guys are just having a ball out there. A couple of really talented young drivers getting a shot in some bigger boats here. Both of these guys have raced against each other in the outboards for a bunch of years, and they're both just great young racers, young people, and it's just great to see them out here running this fast and having a great time.
Some of the guys on the live stream team and I, and talking with you, we kind of wonder sometimes, are we looking at a future Gold Cup champion at some point down the road? These kids are coming.
Well, between all of the young talent in all of these classes in boats out here, absolutely. I mean, Carson Kelly obviously is an extremely talented young racer, but some of these young racers behind him in other equipment, I mean, look at this race we have right now for 3rd place. We got Kyle Davenport on the inside and Travis Ulsh. They're deck to deck here. Travis Ulsh is a world record holder, multi-national championship recipient. I mean, this kid's he's won more races than I could ever imagine. So you talk about the talent that's in these smaller classes right now, it is absolutely incredible.
And he had that incident down in turn 1.
We're looking, Brad and I, right out in front of us, looking at Austin Ekrit climbing out of his boat right now. Not sure if he has some hull damage or if it's just the canard that was ripped off, but he did go dead, and that boat looks like it's pretty low in the water, so we're going to keep an eye on that and make sure that nothing else crazy is going on. They have a towboat going over there pretty quick, and if there is an issue, they'll get a line on it quick.
Yeah, we've got our H1 live stream camera here. They've caught him now, and I'm going to try and zoom in on it. Is that
hard to tell if it's sitting low? Most of these are honeycomb or foam core boats, so even when they do get a bunch of water in them, they still sit pretty high. But if he does have a hole, they want to get it towed back in quick to make sure that engine stays dry. Kind of hard to say what happened and why he lost that canard. Did he make contact before the, when everyone's battling for lanes, like you and I saw back east when we watched the Jersey speed skiffs, jumping over the top of each other and going crazy. These hydroplanes are a little more temperamental. They don't like to make those quick maneuvers and stuff, and a lot of times you'll make contact with the boat next to you, and even a little contact can make a big hole. So we'll see what happened.
Yes, you and I were amazed watching the Jersey speed skiffs. I said, I'd like to see a definition of a lane. And I think it's big enough to put your nose in the middle, and then you can just kind of push them apart. You make your own.
Yeah, I think
it was fun racing.
It was at that point that I decided that's the class that I will never be in. So they do a great job. There's a happy young man right there. Carson climbs out of the boat, and he is really doing a great job. He took a good fast boat, put it in a good position, and and he should be really proud of himself. That's a really proud Angela on the deck. And
yeah, Angela's there, Mike's there.
There's Monkey.
Grandpa's there, Monkey's there. They got the whole crowd down there.
I believe that's that dad standing on the deck.
Yep. Yeah, that's got to be a happy crew down there. And Mike makes no bones about it. He's not done racing yet. He doesn't want to be done racing yet. But he wants to climb into an unlimited someday and go take on Carson.
Absolutely. And if it's up to Carson, you know, it's going to be the second that he turns 18 years old. But you know, right now Carson's doing a great job just kind of learning, and you really need to gain experience in all these smaller classes, and Carson's doing a great job with it. But when you do get the opportunity to drive one of the big boats, you want to make sure you're 100% ready, and you can use that opportunity to the fullest. Like I said, there's so many talented young drivers out there. There's only, you know, less than 10 unlimiteds in the world. So the guys out here that get the chance to drive them, they're the best of the best. And there are so many young drivers that I hope get the opportunity to experience what I was able to experience, because I stand back and look at the talent, and it is absolutely incredible. You know, and like Brandon Kennedy is a great example, because he is such a talented, hard-working driver, and the fact that he's getting the chance, it's so well deserved. And look at him showcase it right now. You know, he's doing a great job.
There's part of the crowd here down toward the pit area, all having a grand time. We saw this group before, and I'm terribly envious of them all standing in the water as the kids below us on the dock dive in and push others in. So
yeah, here, hold my headset, Brad. I'm gonna be right
yeah,
back.
go down and have a conversation with this crowd. I spent many years of my life in the water down there on the shoreline, not quite that far down, pretty much down here toward that point was where we used to come and hang out. And I talked earlier about tradition. That's what I did with my buddies. We started coming over in 1968, and gosh, there was probably a good 12, 15 years. We didn't dare miss it, and oh boy, we look forward to this weekend. Always a lot of fun, and now you're into the hospitality tents there.
And if you're not having a good time down there, there is something wrong, because they are doing it right. I mean, I can smell the barbecue and all the stuff that they're doing from up here. They're doing a great job.
And it's suddenly not hot down there because they got the misters going, they got the big fans going, and, you know, the music, the bar's open, the carvery, and you're sitting in nice reclining chairs. What are we thinking, Dustin?
I don't know. Like I've told you a few times now, I'm thankful to be up here with some shade over the top. I mean, these teams down here in the pits are working so hard to put a great show on for the fans around here. I mean, they are just busting their tails and working around the clock. So I'm feeling lucky to be up here with you, getting to watch the show. And these fans on the beach enjoying the hospitality and this nice, cool water. They're in the best spot.
They are indeed. So what do we got on our schedule next, and with a time frame? You've got the...
I do. So we are coming up. We just finished up with our 2.5 liter stock heat. Coming up at 3:20, we're going to have another heat of 2.5 liter modifieds, followed by the vintage at 3:45, and then we move right back into at, I think that says 4:15. That's going to be unlimited heat 2A, and 4:45 is going to be unlimited heat 2B.
So our next heat is coming up scheduled for 3:20, 2.5 modifieds. We got that right?
That is correct.
Always good to have our friends show up here on the tower and just come by and smile and give us a wave as they come through.
You've got a lot of friends. I've noticed all weekend long so far how many people come by and just say how great it is to see you, and it's pretty cool.
That never happened until you showed up here, Eccles.
I'm glad to be tagging along.
Oh, gosh. You know, in all seriousness and honesty, from my perspective, I mean, you've been with the teams and you've driven and you've been on the crews and all this stuff. You're a racer. I started out as a fan, and somebody handed me a microphone here in 1998. It's been a heck of a ride. I have had so much fun. I have met so many people. It's just been great. And you know it, boat racing is a big family. And the comment gets made many times, maybe a dysfunctional family at times, but you know what? There's nobody within each one of these race teams that wouldn't go to the mat for any one of us if somebody was in need. And it's a great group, and it's a great family, and we all have a great time. And we're glad as heck to have you up here with us and be part of our little broadcast crew up here. We try and have a good time.
No, you're doing it. I'm loving it and having a great time so far. So we've had some great racing so far this weekend, and the way it's shaping up, I mean, it's just going to keep getting better and better. So this is one of the best spots to be. It's
a good spot. I want to bring our conversation back to H1 Unlimited again, because sometimes we, on my spotters guides that I put together, and it's just to give me fodder to talk about when our boats are testing and qualifying and stuff. One of the things I started doing was putting on the information sheets about the teams, number one, how many H1 Unlimited victories a particular driver had, and where they are on the all-time win list, because we've got some people that are moving up that list. Jimmy Shane, until that win in Madison, he was tied with Dean Chenoweth for fourth on the all-time H1 Unlimited win list. Well, with that win in Madison, he moved past Dean Chenoweth, and he moved into fourth place all alone. And you know, that's pretty good stuff when you look at the list and you realize that it's Muncie, Hanauer, and Chenoweth that are ahead of you, and they're, unfortunately for Jimmy, they're way ahead of him. We'll come back to that topic right now, because we'll get back to it in a bit, because we're on the clock already. 4 minutes and 20 seconds. I was driving that bus to a particular location. and when we're talking about Jimmy Shane, I was going to have a little conversation about Andrew Tate. We got a little piece we want to show on him, but we'll get there. Andrew Tate, I don't know if you're aware of this, Dustin Eckel, but he has 12 wins in his career, which ties him with a guy by the name of Mark Tate.
Wow.
So we'll come back and talk about that. He's tied with his dad, and we'll come back. We got a little piece we'll show on that. Meanwhile, we got boats out on the race course again, and we're going to have boats racing in 3 minutes, 3 minutes and 45 seconds.
So we're back to the 2.5 liter modified class, and if that boat there in the middle of your screen looks familiar, that's that stock boat of Travis Olsch. You know, that thing is just fast. So if he can get a good start like he did in this last heat and get out front, these mod boats had a hard time chasing him down. And the boat right behind him, that's the Bartels family boat. Not sure if that's Marina driving. They lost a cylinder last heat. Whatever it was a quick fix, because they're back in the game again. And the third place boat right behind him there, that's Jacob Malden. You can hear that one. That thing is a fire-breathing monster. It's pretty impressive. So, and there is Justin Burnett just entering turn number 2 right now. That's the A225. Also another Honda-powered hydroplane.
Is this Malden coming across the line here or down? Oh, that's him. I know I hear the sound, but yeah, that definitely has a different twang to it.
It does. I was talking with Jimmy Malden, Jake's dad, and he was telling me they run that thing over 9,000 RPMs, so it's pretty impressive.
Wow. Looking at our clock, we're 2:25 until the start.
And a lot of these modified engines don't like to go slow. You know, they call it getting loaded up, and basically they just won't accelerate once you've went slow for too long. So sometimes they're a little harder to make a start. When you look across the water there, you see Jacob Malden there with 2 minutes and 7 seconds on the clock. He's still wound up going pretty fast, and that engine is one of those. It does not like to go down slow. It's kind of hard to get on plane, so he has to figure out different timing marks to keep that thing wound up the whole time.
Well, you said that's how the stocks sometimes get the advantage on them, because they can cheat and run up there and fill up some of those inside lanes, and the mods can't go up there and go slow with them.
Yeah, absolutely.
They've got to stay behind.
Yeah, Yeah, Jacob's doing a great job here, just kind of learning where that boat wants to go. It's an unproven package, but he's getting the best out of it. It's fun to see him improve every time out. You look at that S90 there, Travis Olsch on the inside. He's got that stock motor, and he's going to just park it in lane 1 and make sure these mod guys have to drive really hard around him. And I think that's Marissa Bartels just on his outside hip, coming up on 115.
115 into the start. They are, as you look at the monitor there on the H1 Unlimited YouTube channel, they're about halfway up the backstretch. And there, it looks like the boats are, you know, tied together in their lanes, but they're looking down from the drone, looking down the backstretch. You see just how wide some of these lanes are and how much room there is for these 4 boats. So they're running on the backstretch for the Unlimited course, and there's just a whole lot of room out there.
There is, yeah, and Marissa Bartels, you know, she's a little early, so she's going to go a little wide here and scrub some speed. That's another mod engine that does not like to go slow. She can't slow down any more than what she's doing right now, and with 33 seconds on the clock, she's got a little bit of time to eat up. And Jake Malden, you know, he's doing the same thing, standing on the outside. And once they come down for the start, though, you're going to hear those engines whine to the moon. They sound completely different than the inside boat of Travis Olsch.
So here we go, 15 seconds until the start. The lineup looks to be awfully good. Now it's time to put the foot down and time the start. We're coming up on 5 seconds. We're in it. We are 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. Uh-oh.
It's going to be close. We'll let the referees decide that one, but Malden was the first one across, and he might have been a little bit early, but look at the boat speed he's got right now.
He's got a ton of it, and you're looking at it there from the drone as they get into the corner, and he's leaving plenty of room off to his left, but he's got company. Is that Olsch that's with him? It certainly is.
Olsch on the inside, Bartels on the outside, and Bartels is coming really, really hard right now also. Justin Burnett looks like he's going to head back to the pit, so it's going to be a 3-boat heat, but they're all together.
Look at Bartels on the outside. She has gobbled up Olsch, and now she's set sights on the lead.
If she can keep all 4 cylinders lit this heat, this might be a win for her. And if not, I mean, she's going to really push hard. They're still all tied together. What a great boat race.
Absolutely. Remember, we go 3 times around. Everybody's still very much involved in this one. Olsch with the lane position on the inside, going to make up a little bit of ground. Can't see Bartels on the outside. There she is. She comes swinging out wide, brings some boat speed. Going to come down and put 1 in the books. Good racing here.
Oh, yeah, Malden out front, but not by much. Malden's going to lead him across, but it's Olsch on the inside, Bartels on the outside. They're dead even. What a great heat. They are flat out moving. Those mod motors finally starting to get their stuff dialed in. It's taken them a little bit, but they're very, very impressive. Great to see Malden out there getting some nice clean water, keeping the RPMs up. Looks like he might be stretching it out just a hair, but Bartels is really, really moving in the BWR boat.
She is quick in that corner, and we have not heard anything about the start. If I had to put a $3 bill out there on a wager, I would say Malden may have been across a little early, but that's the job of the referees. It's Dustin's and my job to talk about it.
Look at the top end that Jacob Malden has right now. I mean, it's almost like he shifts gears once that thing really gets in its happy place about 8,200 RPMs and starts pulling. And, you know, Bartels have great acceleration, but it starts to fall off on the top end. And, you know, Travis Olsch has the inside. He has the shortest way around with that stock engine. And what a job he's doing just to hang with these big high horsepower engines.
So here comes Malden. He will come down and put 2 in the book with 1 more to go.
Listen to that thing. It's just incredible.
You like that. Malden out front, then it's Olsch, then it's Bartels, and that one just doesn't want to go away. Bartels doesn't want to go away.
No, she's doing a fantastic job right now, just keeping that thing wound up and staying right as close as she can to Travis Olsch. And Olsch is just doing whatever he can. I mean, he's got a tiny little knife that he brought to a gunfight here, but he's doing a great job. But Malden right now, the class of the field, halfway up the back straightaway with half a lap to go.
This is where Bartels was showing the strength that she is right now again. I don't know if she's got the top end to keep it going, and now it looks like Olsch is going to start to move back out in front. Clearly Bartels can get off the corner quicker. Now she's going to try and carry more speed into the corner here because this is it. They're going to come around the top end of the race course one more time, pick up the checkered flag. Malden's right there in the foreground, going to come down and pick up a checkered flag for the win in the heat.
What a great job, Jacob Malden. But dead even now, coming down to the start. It's Bartels on the outside, Olsch on the inside, coming to the line. Oh, man, what a run. It's going to be Bartels by maybe a quarter of a sponson.
Wow.
What a run.
Wow, good job.
That's a fun one to watch. I just love when they're that close. And, I mean, you can see them going back and forth. And, you know, those small boats on this big race course, they are driving their hearts out just to keep them on the water. What a great job by all three drivers.
I have always said, I don't care what the class is. I don't care how fast they're going. Put two boats side by side and let them race. I'll watch it. I'll watch it all day long. It doesn't make any difference how fast.
Absolutely.
Do we have lap speeds on Heat 1A and Heat 1B? No. Do we need them? No. The racing was great. That's for next week. We'll go back and look at the speeds and go, wow, somebody set a record, or was this close or that close? But we just want to see boats hook up and go side by side, and that's what we've had. We've had it across the board in all our classes, and 2.5 stocks and mods have not disappointed. He did break the record in Madison with a 5-lap average just north of 148 miles per hour, if I remember correctly. Broke a record set by the Winston Eagle, which had been held since I knew that, 1996. No, I didn't know that. I was doing pretty good on the memory with the speeds, and I think the record he broke was 145. I think he took it up to 148. It was impressive, no matter what it was. But, you know, I'm going to go back and I'm going to finish the statement that we were talking about there. We were talking about Jimmy Shane becoming the 4th all-time winningest driver in H1 Unlimited history. Well, there are other drivers who have records similar to that and that they have done in the past. And one of those guys is Andrew Tate. And we mentioned the fact that he is tied with his father with 12 wins. His next one would give him obviously 13 wins, and he'd move ahead of his dad. And we had the opportunity to catch up with Andrew and talk to him about records and so forth, and what that really means to him to be tied with his father or to maybe break some of his records. Let's check in on that interview with Andrew Tate.
Not really. Not much of a numbers guy. Like I said, I think I just go do my best and see what happens. I guess it's nice to be mentioned in the same breath as him. Hopefully he's proud. And I think that means more than any of the numbers, but we'll see. Not necessarily just the relationship with him, but I mean, my mom raced, my brother raced. It's been a big part of our lives, and you put a lot of time and energy into something, you want to be successful at it. So I think naturally pressure is a privilege, right? Like that's what comes with it. When you put the time and energy into it, you want to see the results. So there's always going to be pressure, but I think it's more about what you do with it, how you handle it or don't. And yeah, some days are easier than others, but I think that also goes hand in hand with what I mentioned about being consistent.
I've seen that piece a couple of times. I always enjoy it. He says a couple interesting things there, but the one that always steps out to me is when he says pressure is a privilege. I like that. He's earned that pressure.
Absolutely. Because
he's been successful, and he's been successful in anything he drives. And he's had success at Valleyfield, as we spoke. He's had success in the H1 Unlimiteds, and he's anywhere he's driven. He's driving the F1 tunnel boat for his friend Dylan Runne. He is a competitor. He is a boat racer, but that whole bit, yeah, he respects his father, obviously. If you've ever seen the two of them together, you understand that real quick. But yeah, it's nice to be mentioned in the same breath, but he doesn't pay a lot of attention to it.
You know, something else that's pretty interesting to me, you know, we talk about families that race together, stay together, all this stuff. And, you know, obviously Mark Tate, a legend of the sport, and Andrew, you know, following closely in his footsteps, and it's just so cool to watch. But also, you know, Andrew's brother, Brent Tate, recently competed in the 2026 National Championships for stock outboard. He actually won one of the most competitive classes in stock outboard, C stock hydro, and that's very recently last week. So you talk about just a competitive family that's very, very fast and can do such a great job. Hats off to Brent also. Really well done.
Absolutely. Well, that's clearly a racing family. Mark and Sandy both raced. I had the good privilege of getting to know Joe Tate pretty well, and what a great guy he was. He and I had a lot of fun back in Detroit. So yeah, it's definitely a racing family. It's in their blood. They know how to not only do it, but they know how to deal with it. It's also fun when you watch that little clip. I know the people here on the shoreline couldn't see it, but those watching on the H1 Unlimited YouTube channel, you see that little wry smile on Andrew's face. He's a fun guy to talk to, and he's an interesting guy to talk to. He hides himself pretty well.
He does.
And I don't think he does it necessarily on purpose, but that's just who Andrew Tate is. And he's a good guy, and the sport of H1 Unlimited is very proud and pleased and lucky to have him.
I couldn't agree more. Yep, he's a good role model for a lot of the young fans here on the beach too. He handles himself well, and it's great to watch him just keep achieving success.
So what do we got? Our vintage boats on deck?
Vintage are coming out. I believe we're just a little bit away here, and we should hear them leaving the dock shortly.
We were supposed to have 3 because we have lost the 1977 Atlas Van Lines, the Blue Blaster. We've lost that one for the weekend. We were supposed to have 3 boats in the last one. Supposed to have 4, but lost the Blaster. Now we're supposed to have 3, and we did not get the Squire Shop the last time out.
And I show the vintage start of the heat at 3:45, so we're a little ways away. We're a little break in the action here, but they should be on the water shortly.
And the producer just looked at us and said, let's take 5. And when he says that, and you and I have been standing up here, sitting up here, we do what the man with the big headset says. For Dustin Eccles and Danny Rogers, I'm Brad Luce on the Start Finish Line Tower. You're watching the H1 Unlimited YouTube network, and you're also joining us on the shoreline here in the Tri-Cities of Washington. We will be right back. Vintage hydroplanes are on deck. Welcome back to the start-finish line tower on a 2.5-mile race course here in the Columbia River at Tri-Cities, Washington, as it flows between the communities of Pasco, Kennewick, and Richland. We're going to do something a little different this time. Our vintage boats are out on the water. We have the 1973 Pan-Pac, the 1979 Squire, and on the outside, the 1980 Griffin Budweiser. We are going to step away from the microphones and just let everybody enjoy the roar of vintage hydroplanes. Well, Dustin Eccles, that's the quietest I've ever been with a couple of vintage hydroplanes on the water. Oh, we lost the Griffin Bud. Right here, David Williams has dropped down in the water. But we hope our fans here on the shoreline and even those watching on the H1 Unlimited live stream team enjoyed our stepping away from the microphone as you ride along with the Pan-Pac, the 1973 Pan-Pac. It's just so fun to sit back and enjoy that roar. And I made the comment to the young man standing next to me. I said, when they came off the top end, I said, okay, that's a third of the throttle. Now imagine 100% of the throttle and 4 more of them. I mean, everything shook. The ground shook. This thing would just rattle when they came by. It was absolutely deafening.
Yeah,
and it was wonderful.
I was so impressed there on the first lap on the back straightaway. You and I were having a conversation, and we look out, and David Williams put his foot into it for a few seconds, and you could just, I mean, it's just raw horsepower, and the coolness factors through the roof. You know, you could see that skid fin water. It's way different than the modern boats nowadays, but it's just raw horsepower, and the only way I can describe it is so cool. I mean, right now, hopefully David's just waving to the crowd over there because he put on a great job, and you know that Griffin Bud is so incredible. But you know, Danny High did a great job also in the Pan-Pac. I mean, that thing is just a museum piece, obviously, and I just love seeing him run them like that. It was great.
It was very good. The Pan-Pac is powered by a Rolls-Royce Merlin, and that is the boat. Now, we were just showing on the screen there on the H1 Unlimited live stream. That was the white boat, the conventional boat, the older boat from 1973. That was what we call an open stack Rolls-Royce Merlin. Now, the Budweiser was running a similar open stack version, but that was the Rolls-Royce Griffin. You were talking about cubic inches and raw horsepower earlier. Just that the whole thing translates to one word, and it's loud, and it was a very distinctive sound. And I made the comment to you that Bill Munsey used to always say when he was driving the Blaster and he was driving that Rolls-Royce Merlin, but that Griffin would be behind him. And he always said, I can hear him coming. I know he's coming. He said, that thing is so loud, even when I'm driving my Merlin, I can hear him coming. And we got a little taste of that, like you said. You and I were here, and all of a sudden we heard David put his foot in it, and the thing was just rolling up the backstretch when they came out of the pit area. It was very cool.
Yeah, just a tip of the hat to the old crews that used to work on these boats and keep them running. They had so many races during the season, and I remember hearing some stories. My dad's good friends with Dave Culley, one of the old crew chiefs for Miss Budweiser, and he was saying that his goal was to run the entire East Coast swing with one engine, and they came very, very close to making that happen. And you can imagine the amount of hours and the time that goes into making this thing run when they would run them at 100%, like you say, wide open, that hard in competition. It's incredible what the work they put into it. Pretty cool.
So David Williams takes himself a seat there on the cowling of the 1980 Miss Budweiser.
It's just, he's so proud. I mean, that's the picture of cool right there.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
It's very cool. The U1, significant of the National High Points champion. And I'll tell you what we're going to do, Dustin Eccles, we're going to step away from the microphone here for just a minute. We're going to be back. I'm going to have a special guest with me. And so we will unplug the mics. Don't go away. Brad Luce with Dustin Eccles. Danny Rogers is down in the pit area. It's the 2026 Apollo Columbia Cup from Tri-Cities, Washington. I'll be back momentarily with a special guest.
We'd also like to thank our marketing sponsors. Visit Tri-City. Tri-City is a regional hotel, motel, and commission. The city of Richland, the city of Pasco. All the mechanical contractors also provide our volunteers t-shirts so they can get all of them. Tri-City is the delivery store. Ben Sprout and Chuck Edgefair. England Imaging. Stone Torch, Boys and Girls Clubhouse. Our official television sponsors. Official malt beverage, Columbia distributor. Coca-Cola is our official soft drink sponsor. FLAV-R-PAC landscaping services. Storage. Public housing and catering. Welcome to the race business for the Cindy's Trophies. To a go-to trophy and award store. Cindy's Trophies can turn your idea into a custom trophy or award. You can make your memories wonderful. Visit our website, www.cindystrophies.com, or call us at 509-547-0007. We'll believe what we can do for you. Cindy's Trophies. PG Catering Services is catering, and also event catering. Our official equipment providers, Happy, Freedom Equipment Rentals, Sunbelt Rentals, Princess Hotels, Runne BB, First Day Thank You Daily, our local nurses, our personal sponsors, and all the contractors, Simpson International LLC, Madison, Abadad, Pasco Economic Development Project. Very special thanks to Daniel Neal, John Goodman, for their help setting up the fences. The Cart Company, the Basin Disposed Building, Transit Transit, Benton County, Berkshire Aircraft Incorporated, City Pilot, CCG Public House, Global Island and Yacht Club, Gunnar Marine Center, and Park Golf Course. Federal Aviation Administration, Calvert Construction, County, Exeter Recruiting, Jacob Radio, and Ben's Marine. Callers and Minute Press, Mustang Sound,
Hello once again, race fans. Welcome back to the start-finish line tower here in Tri-Cities, Washington, on the banks of the Columbia River as it flows past the communities of Pasco, Kennewick, and Richland. It is the 2026 Apollo Columbia Cup, and I have a very, very special guest with me. Somebody I was hoping I was going to get to talk to this weekend, and then suddenly you appeared at the top of the steps. I couldn't be happier and couldn't be more proud to introduce to our crowd out there, albeit on YouTube and on the PA system. I am here with Mackenzie Fish of the Forever Fighters organization. And Mackenzie, first of all, welcome to our little broadcast and up on our little spot here on the tower.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
I think this is just awesome. And you're not new to the Tri-Cities. This was home for you.
This was home, born and raised. Grew up going to the boat races every year. So this is great. This is a nice view.
Well, you've already taken away one of my questions. Have you been to the boat races before?
I have, yes.
You haven't gone to very many because you're not very old.
Well, okay. Well, I guess.
Well, look at what you're talking to
I
here.
guess.
So
Okay.
it's
I feel like I've
it's
gone.
all about perspective, young lady.
Look at it that way.
All about that. So tell me about Forever Fighters. What do they do?
Yeah, so Forever Fighters is my nonprofit organization that I founded back when I was 16 years old. We provide personalized care packages to children and teen cancer patients and provide experiences for the childhood cancer fighter and families.
And you started this organization because you have a personal story. You were somebody who saw it firsthand. Can you tell us a little bit about that and what you went through?
Yeah.
It was tough for you in high school.
Yes, it was. Yeah, I was a sophomore in high school, 15 years old. I was diagnosed with Hodgkin's lymphoma. Luckily, I say luckily because I'll tell you in a minute. I only had 4 months of chemotherapy. I did have to go back and forth from Tri-Cities to Seattle Children's Hospital for treatment, which a lot of kids do when we're in the Tri-City area. But in that time that I spent in the hospital, I just met so many kids and childhood cancer fighters that had much more treatment left ahead of them, much more longer than I had. For example, my longest treatment was 45 minutes was one of them, 7 hours was the other one.
Oh, jeez.
I hooked up to an IV, but I met children who have their entire treatment hooked up to an IV. Chemotherapy was 5 days long.
Oh,
so I realized that I was lucky, right, in catching it early. And I just couldn't go back to my new normal, back to school, I wanted to. I wanted to go back to normal, but my new normal changed a bit, and I wanted to help the kids and the ones still fighting and the ones that unfortunately will be fighting in the future.
So I read a lot about you on the website. It was very cool. Your story was outstanding. Tell me about the flip-flops.
Yeah, oh my gosh, yeah. So when I was 16, it started with flip-flops. It was called Fancy Feet for anybody who actually, if anybody remembers it out there, amazing, love it. But we did cute decorated flip-flops for the kids in the hospital because we just wanted something fun for them to look at while they're sitting. And eventually it ended up merging into Forever Fighters. And that's because I realized throughout my survivorship that I was forever fighting. I was still struggling into survivorship. And so we merged from the flip-flops into the Forever Fighter side of it, into the personalized care packages. It was great.
Do we have a pair of the flip-flops in the Forever Fighters Museum somewhere?
Oh, yeah. I have 4 more still at home. Little baby ones, and then I have 4 of my own, actually, too. So, yeah.
That had to be. And obviously, nobody out there can see you, but you have come through and you're on the other side of things now.
Yeah.
You look absolutely amazing. Nobody would ever know.
Thank you.
You obviously have a very, very strong personality and a very strong will because it took, I don't know, not everybody could go through what you did and come out the other side the way you did.
Oh, thank you.
Now, so you're obviously very strong, and I want to talk about some more things. I want to go back to your logo. We had it up there on the screen. Maybe we'll kick it up because the triangle.
Yeah.
That's a big part of it. We'll talk about that.
Yeah, so the triangle, through my treatment, I discovered that the triangle is one of the only shapes that it cannot fall or misshapen because it holds itself up on every single side. And I said, I need to keep that in my mind when I'm fighting and when I'm going into survivorship, that I have all these sides to myself and my personality, but I'm holding myself up and keeping myself strong throughout. Now, that does not mean that, say, sometimes you might feel weak, right? allow yourself to feel and allow yourself to have those emotions, but at the end of the day, come back together and be that triangle. So yeah, you can see the F's are triangles in the logo, and they come together to make that spark, because the other side of it is that we want to create a spark in your life, in the child's life, in the family's life, that we want to keep that spark for joy, fighting, and hope.
Moments of joy, a future of hope, forever fighting.
Yep.
That's
Yeah.
amazing.
Thank you.
I absolutely love it. So I don't know if this is a legitimate question. So how many people are in or under your care or under the care of Forever Fighters at any one time, like now?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, it honestly varies. So we shoot for 50 care packages a year, and I say that some people might think that 50, that doesn't seem like a lot, but the thing is that with our care packages, we actually go out and shop for every single item when we receive the list. So they take time. We're taking about 2 to 3 weeks to put our care packages together because we want them to be personable. And the thing is, what we love and why we are Forever Fighting is that we keep in touch with those families even after treatment into survivorship. We want to be with them because we know that surviving is also harder and sometimes the hardest than actually treatment. Now, treatment is very hard, and that's why we're here for every part of the family, right? We do stuff with the siblings and the parents, so we're there during treatment and even after treatment and for years to come.
How did Forever Fighters get hooked up with H1 Unlimited?
I mean, it's just kind of who you know. I knew a guy named Mike.
That Mike right there?
This Mike, yes, yeah.
I know that Mike too.
Yeah. And I think, we started in the kids zone and volunteering in the kids zone, and then it was just kind of sharing our stories. And one year I was just like, I think we should bring a family out here, and he said, yeah, let's do it, let's expand this. And now here we are, year 2, 3. Yeah.
He's nodding, so it's 2 or 3.
Yeah, it's 2 or 3.
We don't get an answer. It's 2 or 3.
But it's been great. It's been amazing. The kids absolutely love it.
And I always get to ask somebody that comes up here this same question, and I already know the answer coming from you. You were born and raised around here. This is not your first hydroplane race. Oh, you watched races when you were growing up.
I did, yeah.
Did you have a good time? You remember anything special? You have a favorite boat you remember from back in the day?
Okay, my favorite boat growing up was Oboy Oberto.
Oh, okay.
I know, yep. And then, my grandpa was a pilot. I've spent a lot of time at Bergstrom's Aircraft, so I just remember the air shows, growing up watching the air shows. A lot of times we're on the Pasco side, or we take a day over, come on the Kennewick side just to have a good time. I mean, it's awesome. I love the boat races here. There's nothing like it.
And here it is, boat race weekend, and you're back in town.
I know, yeah. And it's even better. We got to bring a family out today.
You did?
Great. We did. Yep.
And this was somebody who just finished their treatment?
Yes,
Am
yeah,
I right?
yes.
That was on the website. I read it.
Yes, yeah. Harper, I was so excited. We actually took her to Seafair 2 years ago at the start of her treatment. And then we were able to bring her here because 2 weeks ago she actually rang the bell and finished her treatment. And so she's here back home. So it was this full circle moment. It was amazing. It's been so great.
If somebody is watching on our H1 Unlimited YouTube channel or maybe listening here on the PA in the park and they have somebody who might benefit from your program or maybe not, but they'd like to donate because it is such a worthy cause, how would they do that?
Yeah, so you can go to our website, www.foreverfighters.com. We have contact forms on there and ways to donate, as well as our Instagram. We're pretty active on Instagram. We get a lot of referrals and communications through there as well, and that's just at forever_fighters. And yeah, just please reach out, messaging. We have our emails on there as well to reach out to us. But
how big of a geographic footprint have you got? How far away are some of these people?
We've actually been able to mail care packages throughout the U.S. and actually into Canada and Puerto Rico.
Really?
Yeah, and we've actually done events in Washington, D.C., California, Nevada, and I think that was it so far.
Well, I think that's enough. I think my favorite thing that you said was, okay, you get these care packages for the people. Okay, you get a list. There's 25 items on it. You do the same thing for everybody. Oh, no. This is all individual.
It is.
You go out and shop for exactly what that person not only wants, but needs.
Yeah. We will never have a care package that is the same. They all follow a theme, and we also include items for the families. So say they need a gas gift card, hotel gift card, grocery gift card, DoorDash. We're going to be there to support them with that stuff as well. So it's not just for the fighter. The main chunk of it is, right? But then, of course, we're also supporting the families.
It's amazing. It's an amazing story, considering where you came from. How fulfilling has this whole venture been for you since you went through it yourself, started out with the flip-flops, and continue it today? It must be extremely fulfilling.
Yeah, no, it really is. I mean, I just keep meeting more families to know, like, that just solidifies, like, that we are doing this and we will keep doing this, you know, until there is a cure for these kids.
That's amazing. I love your story. I loved it when I read. I'm so glad you came up here to join us. It is Forever Fighters. She is Mackenzie Fish. It's on the screen there for those of you watching on the H1 Unlimited YouTube channel. But those of you here in the park, Mackenzie Fish, give us that or the web address, the URL one more time.
Yep, yeah, it's www.foreverfighters.com.
And can they ask for you?
Sure.
They may not get you, but they can ask for
you.
Sure.
We'll see. No, yeah. You can always ask. Mention the H1 Unlimited name.
There you go.
That, yeah.
I have one more big question that I would like to ask, and I want you to really think about this answer.
Okay.
Because this is kind of cutting right to the chase of the whole thing.
Okay.
Very proud of you. Very proud of everything you do for the community. We have 2 heats coming up of H1 Unlimited hydroplanes, the fastest race boats in the world.
Yes.
Would Mackenzie Fish like to stand up here with Dustin Eccles and I and watch the heat?
Yes.
You can stand right here.
I didn't really think that hard, but yes.
Okay. Don't get too close to. Well, Dustin's not bad. It's me. My arms are swinging around. So yeah, give us a little room, but.
Okay.
You can watch it right here, see the monitor, see this. We have a great view, and
we'd
love to have you join us up here for the heat.
Oh my gosh, I'd love that. That'd be amazing.
Especially if you can kick Denslow off the Cape here with him. We'll put him down.
Okay, I think we could arrange that, right?
Mackenzie Fish, thank you very, very much for coming up and joining us.
I greatly appreciate you sharing our story, mission, and more awareness about our childhood cancer fighters.
Doesn't hold a candle to our appreciation for you, for what you do for this community, and as I learned, communities across the country and even outside the great U.S. Mackenzie Fish, Forever Fighters. Thank you, young lady.
Thank you.
We're going to step away, but when we come back, Mackenzie Fish is going to join us, so we'll take the headset off, but we're going to let her stand behind us and be part of our broadcast because Heat 2A and 2B of the 2026 Apollo Columbia Cup is on deck. We will be right back. Hello, race fans, and welcome back one more time to the Tom Brutzman Memorial Tower here at the start-finish line on the Columbia River in Tri-Cities, Washington. The scene this weekend of the 2026 Apollo Columbia Cup. I am Brad Luce along with Dustin Eccles. Danny Rogers is down in the pit area. We're also joined, at least on the headset, Mackenzie Fish, with whom we just spoke. She was invited to join us up here, and she decided that she could fend herself off from Dustin Eccles throwing arms and me getting excited. So we're going to have some fun up here. And I think, race fans, we're going to have some incredible racing. Dustin, you and I saw some of the best racing we've seen in a while earlier today. I see no reason why it shouldn't be any different right now.
No, we've got a perfect lineup in both heats coming up. A couple guys looking to make up some ground in the point standings, making sure they can get a spot on that front row, and they're going to have to earn it. They're going to both be on the inside, but we've got some fast boats on the outside, and they're all sandwiched between each other. It's going to be incredible.
Yeah, I'm going to run down the 5 boats that are going to come out here for our Heat 2A, and I will do it from lane 1 on the inside, outside to lane 5. And when I get to lane 3, 4, and 5, if you've been paying attention this weekend, listen to this. Lane 1 is going to be the U21, the Spirit of 76, and Gunnar O'Farrell. There's Gunnar. You see him on the screen. Those of you that are watching on the H1 Unlimited live stream, there's his mount right there. The U21, the Beacon Plumbing, presents the Ronald McDonald House Spirit of 76. Good-looking hydroplane. Lane number 2. We're going to follow along here as we slide down the dock. There's Jeff Bernard right there. Jeff Bernard's going to be in lane number 2, driving the black, red, and silver Graham Trucking hydroplane. There's that boat right there. It's a beautiful one on the water. Second winningest hull in the history of the sport. Now catch these 3 lanes that are coming up next. We go right there in between those 2 boats. The U27, the Miss Apollo. There's our current Gold Cup champion. He won it just 3 weeks ago on the Ohio River at Madison, Indiana, Mr. Jimmy Shane. Right behind him on the dock, you look down, you see a lot of blue and yellow down there. That is the Miss FLAV-R-PAC. It is driven by Jamie Nilsen. Jamie Nilsen's got a tiger by the tail, Dustin Eccles. He's never driven a boat this fast, not the H1 Unlimited class. This thing is a rocket ship, and he's gotten everybody's attention. And on the outside, if you just needed a little bit more speed, how about BWR Racing's U1 and that young man that you're looking at on the live stream there, Andrew Tate. He's got his game face on. He felt embarrassed last year on the Columbia River. He did not make it to the front row of the final. He's got his game face on. He wants a good showing here today and this weekend. Inside out, it's the U27 Spirit of 76. Then it's the U12, the Graham Trucking. The U27 Miss Apollo is going to be in lane 3. Lane 4 will be the Miss FLAV-R-PAC. And on the outside, the U1 BWR Racing, Dustin Eccles, or as I like to say, O'Farrell, Bernard, Shane, Nilsen, Tate. That's a good one.
I can't wait. You know, this is a perfect setup right now, and it's going to be incredible. I know the drivers are ready. We are ready. And I just got word that this entire race is ready, but we need the swimmers out of the water so we can get this show going. Swimmers, we are waiting on you. These guys want to get on the water and make a start, and this is going to be an incredible heat to watch.
Yeah, because right now, too, the water conditions are absolutely perfect. I think our wind, dare I say this, is actually knocked down just a little bit. It looks really good. I don't think we could be at a better time on this particular day to put Heat 2A and 2B on the water. We got 5 boats ready to go. This is the second round of racing here at the 2026 Apollo Columbia Cup. It's our second race with this new race format. And you know my comment here after what happened in Heat 1A with the 2 boats jumping the gun. We got fruit salad going on here in our heats now, and suddenly we have the 2 BWR boats in the same heat together. We have the same boats, the strong boats, in a heat together. Whoa, Nellie, Katie, bar the door. I told you earlier, I said I'd like to be in on those strategy discussions.
Yeah, and I never would have thought we would see the 27 in the middle right now. You know, how he ended up in the middle of this entire fleet is just unreal. So the fastest boats right now on the outside, you look at the boats swinging out towards the water right now. The first boat away, the U12 Graham Trucking.
He is away from the dock. We are inside 5 minutes. We're at 4 minutes and 45 seconds. He is the first boat away, he being Jeff Bernard in the U12. Right behind him comes the U27, the Miss Apollo, the U1, the BWR Racing. There is Gunnar O'Farrell. He's away from the dock. The only boat that is still there is the U11, the Miss FLAV-R-PAC, and Jamie Nilsen. He will be out shortly. Dustin, buckle up. Mackenzie, buckle up. We're going racing. Hang on. This is going to be fun. Coming up on 4 minutes, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Still waiting on Jamie Nilsen, and there he is. He pokes the nose of that beautiful yellow and blue Miss FLAV-R-PAC. Brand new corporate headquarters right across the river from us. A beautiful new building over there. Right now, Jamie's not thinking about that building. He's thinking about sandwiched between Jimmy Shane and Andrew Tate. If he wants to know where the competition's going to come from, Dustin, he's not going to have to look very far.
No, not by any shot here. I mean, they're all around him, really, to be honest with you. Like we said earlier, that U12, that's a fast race boat in its own right. I mean, he has a very raceable boat, and he's got a great lane in lane number 2. So I expect big things out of Jeff Bernard. That U11 FLAV-R-PAC, I mean, it has shown us incredible speed today, and Jamie has stepped up to the challenge. He's showing us that he's a great driver. You give him some boat speed, he can make something of it.
New little piece to our starting procedure that our chief referee, Jonathan Abbott, said at the drivers' meeting yesterday morning. Everybody, when they come out of the pit area, has got to cross the start-finish line once at speed, and everybody is checking that box right now. We've already had 4 of them across. Here comes Jamie Nilsen. You're looking at him as he flies. The 11, the Miss FLAV-R-PAC.
Yeah, coming up on 3 minutes here. 3 minutes out, all of them jockeying for position, trying to find their own timing marks out there. You know, Jamie left the dock a little late. That might be strategy. He might have a certain point he wants to be, and he wants to stay away from everybody to make sure that he controls his own destiny. It's really easy to get wet by somebody, lose your vision, and fall off the pace, and then you're in a position you don't want to be, and you got to dig yourself out of that hole.
2 minutes and 35 seconds, 2:35 to the start. Again, the lanes have already been decided. The lanes have already been decided, so there's no fighting for lanes. Gunnar O'Farrell's going to be in 1, Bernard in 2, Shane in 3, Nilsen in 4. Andrew's going to be on the outside. I look across the river up the backstretch. The first 2 boats you see, those of you on the live stream, that is Jeff Bernard on the left. He's supposed to be running in lane 2. He's there. Gunnar's supposed to be in 1. He is there. So the boats are starting to get staged up where they want to be. And trailing the field slowly up the backstretch, Andrew Tate.
Andrew Tate obviously set up for some top-end speed here. They're geared for top end. He's going to make sure he hits the line wide open as fast as he possibly can. That's the hardest way to make a start here, on the outside, wide open. But if there's somebody here that can do it, it's Andrew.
But remember this morning when during our qualifying session, he came out and ran 3 really hot laps, and he was as far outside as he could get. He knew he was going to be shoved outside in these prelims. He was out there in the first heat. He's not out quite as far. Well, yeah, he is too. He's all the way on the outside. So if there's somebody who's got good marks out there, it would be Andrew Tate. $120. 120 until our start. We're going to go 3 times around. It is Heat 2A of the 2026 Apollo Columbia Cup.
Yeah, Tate definitely did his homework, and he used that time this morning, that very, very valuable water time. He didn't use it quite for qualifying, but he got his money's worth by getting his timing marks where it is right now.
1 minute. 1 minute to the start of H1 Unlimited, Heat 2A. Bernard is off the corner. Nilsen is coming up. He's the 4th boat coming off the corner. I thought maybe that was him that was second off the corner. No, that is Gunnar O'Farrell. He's in the lane he should be. Jimmy Shane pulls up alongside those 2 boats. You can see him on the right side of the screen in the spray. That's the blue Miss Apollo. He's supposed to be in lane number 3. He is there. Here comes Nilsen with boat speed on the outside. He will slot into lane number 4. Look at Andrew. He's got it hooked up and rolling. They're moving up there, Dustin, at 25 seconds.
They are. They're right on their marks. They're going to hit this one fast. This is going to be one to watch. Gunnar Bartel's in lane number 1. You've got the 12 in lane number 2. They're deck to deck.
13 seconds until the start. It's about a 12-second run off the top end. Well, they are inside 12 seconds. Time to put the hammer down. They are inside 5 seconds. They are 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, I think it's legal, and if it is, Andrew Tate just nailed the start, Dustin.
Clean start from the referees. Clean start. They're legal. Let them race.
Unfortunately, going down there to the corner, as good as that start was for Andrew Tate, Jamie Nilsen was back trailing the field, and he's really having a tough time down there. So is Gunnar O'Farrell on the inside. But it is Jimmy Shane going to come off the corner first. He's got the lead up the backstretch, but you can barely see teammate Andrew Tate. He's in second place. He is right outside Jimmy Shane. Then it's Bernard back in third, and Jamie Nilsen running in fourth. Top end of the race course on the first of 3 times around. It is Jimmy Shane from lane number 3. He's got to leave room off to his left, and he will for Jeff Bernard. Where's Andrew? There's Andrew Tate. He will come up, but Jimmy Shane in the Miss Apollo. Man, oh man, has he got speed? Has he got speed, Dustin Eccles?
Shane leads him across right now. Tate just on his outside hip, but the surprising factor for me right now is Bernard on the inside. He's not far back, rooster tail and a half, but here comes the 11, the FLAV-R-PAC, looking for some clean water, hoping to make something happen. He needs that position. Bernard wants the points. We'll see. They're starting to get close here.
Yeah, that's going to be tough for Jamie Nilsen because he's really running in the slop. He may have to go out a little bit wide, but he's going to pull up very close to Jeff Bernard as they come off the corner. He needs those third place points, but it is Jimmy Shane, Andrew Tate not going away, staying in that right side rear view mirror, Dustin. He's making sure Jimmy knows he's there.
Tate's reeling him in just a little bit. He's a half a rooster tail back. Deck to deck, though, third place. FLAV-R-PAC pulls up right alongside of Jeff Bernard on the outside. He's going to lead Jeff Bernard into turn number 2. They're side by side, Brad.
Yeah, they are indeed side by side. Now Bernard is going to be on that inside lane. Where is Jamie going to go? He wants to say dry. That's tough in there. He's right on Bernard's hip. Holy cow, they were so close together. 2 up and 2 down for Jimmy Shane. 2 up and 2 down for Andrew Tate. But this race for third's not going away.
No, Jamie Nilsen leaving Bernard exactly 1 lane. Jeff Bernard doing a great job of keeping him in that lane, but he's not getting any help from Jamie on the outside. Jamie's really pushing hard. Jamie pulls ahead by a very small margin right now, but he's way outside. Bernard on the buoys.
Bernard is on the buoy still, coming off the corner. Jimmy Shane got about 3/4 of a rooster tail on Andrew Tate. It's still Jeff Bernard, but now you see the yellow nose of Jamie Nilsen come off the corner. He's got to stay out and get some good water. He gets in that slop in the corner because of the 2 boats out in front of him. He's got a tall order, but he's starting to open up a little bit of water, Dustin.
Yeah, he's got the top end speed. He showed us that all day long. He's got the top end. Get the clean water. Keep Bernard in the slop right now. Bernard's doing all he can, though, just trying to keep that boat on the water right now, and he's doing the best he can to keep it on the buoys.
Here comes your leader and your apparent winner of Heat 2A at the 2026 Columbia Cup. It is Jimmy Shane in the Miss Apollo. Teammate Andrew Tate will come home in second place. Here's the race for third. Jamie Nilsen is going to get him. He's going to get Bernard. He nipped him by a couple of boat lengths, Dustin.
What a race. What an absolute race. I mean, that's exactly what we expected to happen. I think the only thing that was a little bit of a surprise for me was the 11 was a little late on the start, and we spoke about that.
Yep.
You know, if you're in that position and you have fast boats on either side of you, you've got to be there at the start, and it just made it that much harder for Jamie to pull out that third, but he did it.
He painted himself into a tough situation there because he was trailing the field when he went down there, and he was between those 2 guys, Shane and Tate, and that's a tall order. As we look up to the top end of the race course, and here comes our U21, the Spirit of 76. The Beacon Plumbing presents the Ronald McDonald House. They will come down and finish in 5th place.
Yeah, Gunnar made a great run. You know, he had the inside, but unfortunately just didn't have the boat speed to stay with everybody through turn number 1, and then he found himself in a really tough position because you have so much boat speed and heavy, wakes on the outside. There's just no way you can hang with those guys when you're a little bit late.
And I want everybody to know that at least from where I sat during that heat and where I stand right now, I think Mackenzie Fish came through. We didn't make contact with her. No flailing arms. We didn't hit her. I think she came through okay. Did you have fun, young lady? She's nodding her head. Yes, we got a big smile on her face. That was fun.
Wow, and we still have one more.
Okay, so we just got the word from the officials upstairs. Everything is clean on the water. Now, we typically get 2 two responses from our officials, and that has to do with number one, which we just got, being clean on the water, meaning nobody jumped the gun, nobody cut somebody off, nobody's going to get penalized for veering out, etc., etc. Everything is clean on the water, so if Jimmy Shane were to pass inspection, he will indeed claim the 400 points that he just got unofficially in the Miss Apollo, the U-27. Second place to teammate Andrew Tate in the BWR Racing, the U1. He would pick up an additional 300 points. U11, Jamie Nilsen, those were a hard-earned 225 points. He had to get around our fourth place boat, the U12, Jeff Bernard in the Graham Trucking, who picks up a $169. And then Gunnar O'Farrell in the Spirit of 76, the U21, he will come home and pick up 127. Again, unofficial results. The boats have to go through tech inspection. I say let's just throw some gas in them, some fuel in them, throw them back in the water. Let's do it again. And we are getting ready momentarily here as soon as I get the signal from our director here. I understand our Danny Rogers will be standing by with Jimmy Shane, the apparent winner, and the winner at least on the water. In fact, yeah, we can see her there on the screen. She's talking to Jimmy down there. Jimmy, I think, has the hard hat off. Are we ready to go? She's ready, so let's send it down. Danny Rogers with our apparent winner, Jimmy Shane.
Jimmy, in this heat, Andrew Tate got off to a hot start right on the get-go, but then on the backstretch, you really took the lead and you never squandered it. How did you manage to stay ahead of the rest of the pack in this one?
Yeah, I mean, having a lane inside of Andrew definitely helps. Anytime, I know how fast that boat is, so having two lanes inside of him is even better. But that was because of a mistake that I made earlier in the day. So I think the starting procedure is working out just the way we had planned it and hoped it. And I think there's been some really good races today, side by side, and I'm hoping that it just keeps going that way. Yeah.
You mentioned the starting procedure. You jumped the gun earlier in the day. How much is that a part of just your mental every time you step into a boat?
Yeah, I mean, obviously there's always a lot of pressure on us as drivers to perform, but we're human. At the same time, we're going to make mistakes. So I'm actually happy that happened early in the weekend. I'm happy that I gave myself time to adjust, and we did what we needed to do to change our marks and change our mindset. And it showed that heat. I mean, yes, Andrew had a little bit of a jump on us at the start, but we were right there, and we were clean on the start. And that's that was my goal for that heat, was just get a clean start and then see how we stacked up with two really fast boats on our outside.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Oh, real quick. Can I say happy birthday to my dad? It's his 74th birthday today, Stu Shane, and he's here celebrating today. So I just want to say happy birthday to my dad, and then hi to my boys back home, Hudson and Colton, because I forgot to do that last weekend.
We appreciate you. Hi, family. Thanks, Jimmy.
Dustin Eccles, when you and I had lunch over here, somebody else, a little bird in my ear, said something about Stuart Shane having a birthday today. I believe you brought that one to my attention as we had a sandwich across the street. So, what do you think?
Well, I think it was just a whale of a heat, and like Mike Denslow over my ear just told me, he says, three heats, three different winners. So I mean, that's saying something heading into this weekend. And obviously, Jimmy has a fast boat, but I don't think he has anyone covered at this point. If he is a second late at the start, if he makes one mistake, there's a bunch of boats that can capitalize on that and get out front, and I don't know that he can run them down. So this is a pretty good field right now.
Yeah, and the example of that was Jamie Nilsen. He was a tick or two late at the start, and he played catch-up the entire time. He had to work his tail out to get around Jeff Bernard, who's no slouch in this thing, but the water he had to run in. When they came off the top end of the course at the end of lap 2, I don't know how they didn't hit each other, but they were getting awfully close together up there. Jamie did an amazing job to hold him tight and try and find a little bit of clean water between those two boats that were ahead of him.
He did, and I know Jeff Bernard is going to find a whole bunch more boat speed in that U12 this weekend as the weekend progresses. And he did a great job of putting that boat on the inside and being able to hold the inside when the outside boat held him in. I mean, he never lifted. He kept his foot in it. He did a great job of just running a clean race, so he should be very proud also. And he got those very valuable points, to hopefully get into the final on the front row, what every driver's trying to do at this point.
One of my favorite boat owners from back in the day, you probably don't remember the individual. I know you do, Mike Denslow, but there was a lady by the name of Debbie Gregory, and she used to just walk up and down the pits, and she would just be mouthing all the time, points, 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 points. It's all about points. You can't win this thing until you get enough points to make it into the final. And that was her mantra. That's exactly what you're talking about. While we wait for the official results to come back and the information from the tech truck, Mackenzie Fish, we want to thank you for coming by. I hope you had fun watching the heat with us. Yeah, she says absolutely. In fact, maybe she'll show up tomorrow. We never know. We might come up, bring donuts. You'd be surprised what happens up on this tower. Anyway, we're so glad you came by one more time. Thank you, Mackenzie, and thank you for coming. 1:30 to the 5. So we are ready to go again, and time to start talking about it. So, Heat 2B. We're a minute 30 seconds away from the 5-minute gun. Let's take a look at who's going to be coming in this one. We had teammates going at it in that one with Jimmy Shane and Andrew Tate. We got the same thing coming in this one. But I like this heat. Of course, I have yet to meet a heat I haven't fallen in love with. So let's start looking at the field as they're going to come out in Heat 2B. 4 boats. Our first is going to be the Tahoe Mist, presented by Beacon Plumbing. There's Corey Peabody. Here's a guy who felt like he should have won the Gold Cup on this river a year ago, and unfortunately he did not. He's had great luck here. He wants to win again and get back on the winning track. There is his hull right there, the U3. The Tahoe Mist, as the noses start being pushed out toward the front of the river. Who else is going to run in this one? Well, we mentioned teammates. There he is, Jeff Michael Kelly. He's going to drive the Maverick, presented by Beacon Plumbing. There is his boat on the right side of the screen. It is being pushed toward the center of the river. If your favorite color is Tennessee orange, you're going to like this one. Bucket List Racing, Dylan Runne. Had a first place finish in that first heat. I tried to give it away to somebody else. Tried to give it away to Dustin Eccles, but he wouldn't take it. Runne earned it. He picked up 400 points. He's ready to go. And rounding out our field, a boat that surprised both Dustin Eccles and I, Brandon Kennedy, had a great run in the first heat, showed a lot of speed. He's going to be on the far outside. There is his boat. The Goodman Real Estate presents Royer Miss Madison. All 4 boats, I believe, are up and running and away from the dock. Yes, they are. Time to go. Dustin Eccles, you ready?
Oh, I can't wait.
Let's make this happen again.
Yeah, you know, these boats are all very easy to pick apart here. So obviously the bright Tennessee orange on the outside right now, Dylan Runne getting on it early. I just love the looks of that boat. Maybe I'm a little partial, I don't know. But you can really tell the Tahoe Mist apart from everyone else. And then obviously the Maverick, you know, it just has that beautiful bright red. It stands out. And I love the Royer colors. And I've heard all the fans talking about the Royer colors. I've seen all the RC boats and all the models that the kids are having around here. It's just so cool. I love all the boats, all the different colors, easy to pick apart. The fans are going to love this one.
Obviously spoken by a non-colorblind guy. These 3 boats out there, I have a very difficult time here. I have a hard time with the Tahoe Mist and the Maverick, and then you mix your favorite Tennessee orange in there. Yes, he is partial to that boat. He drove it for 3 years. He ought to know it pretty well. Let's take a look at our field as they come across the start-finish line. The aforementioned Tennessee orange, the U40 Bucket List Racing, Dylan Runne picked up a first-place finish in the first heat. Then here comes the 2 strong boats across start-finish line on the inside. Corey Peabody in the Tahoe Mist, and it's J. Michael Kelly aboard the Maverick, and Brandon Kennedy. And I, too, really like the looks of the colors on the Royer Miss Madison. Of course, it's a very dark color and white. It's easy for the colorblind guy to see, and I could pick that boat out just about any time. 2 minutes and 45 seconds, 2:45 until our start again. Inside out, it's Tahoe Mist, lane 2, the Maverick, lane 3, Bucket List, lane 4, the Madison. And you know what I like to do, last names only, Peabody, Kelly, Runne, Kennedy. Off the corner with 2:20. You like where they are, Dustin?
I do. I especially like where Dylan Runne is right now. You know, he needs to make a legal start. He got a ton of points in that first heat, and he just needs to make sure that he runs his own race. Like I said before, he's got top end. That boat is so fast on the top end, so as long as he can hit the start wide open, fast, hopefully lead everybody into turn 1, he's going to be okay. But those 2 strong boats up front, they are set up with crazy acceleration. So look for those guys. Both of them are fantastic starters. They're going to try to get up there early, drag the rest of the field up there, make them come with them, and then they have the acceleration to outpull them down there. I think Kennedy is going to be safe on this one. I think he's going to make sure to get his points also. He's doing a stellar job this weekend. He picked the outside. He's going to stay away from everybody. Just make sure to get a clean start and run his own race.
Wind and water conditions, you still like it?
Perfect. Absolutely perfect. I think best all weekend so far.
All right, here we go. First boat coming across the line, J. Michael Kelly. He will come across, followed by teammate Corey Peabody. Here comes Brandon Kennedy. And then, as Dustin said, trailing the field, you notice he's running between wakes coming down the front straightaway. That's because he will slot himself into lane number 3. They're going to be down there. You said you like to be down there a minute 20. They're going to be down there about a minute 10, maybe 1 minute. So they give it a little squirt. They don't have to worry about slowing down too much. They're going to be able to roll.
No, this is going to be a fast start right now. It's really lining up good. Look for Dylan to try to scrub off a little bit of speed here to make sure he can hit it wide open. But also, you know, Jay Michael's hanging back just a little bit. So we'll see. Actually, that's Peabody on the inside hanging back just a little bit. And he wants to get a good run at this. When you're on the inside, you do not want to hit that line any slower than the guys next to you, because if you're behind heading into turn 1, you're in a bad position.
Coming up on 35 seconds to the start. I said 12 seconds. Dustin Eccles, what's the run off that exit pin to the start-finish line?
Well, it all depends on your speed, but it's anywhere from about a little over 11 to 12.
Okay, we'll keep an eye on that when they get to the corner. 20 seconds until the start. 20 seconds. Now the field begins to accelerate.
Runne's early.
Runne is very early. This is not where he wanted to be. We are coming up on 5. We're inside of where 3, 2, 1. Mark Corey Peabody. Look at J. Michael Kelly with boat speed. It's Peabody breaking the clock. It's Kelly with boat speed from lane number 2. Dylan Runne trails the field going down to the bottom end. Dustin, he was early at the start.
He was. Bad position to be in, but right now it's Peabody out front. You got J. Michael Kelly right on his hip, and the U6 Madison in 3rd place, leaving room for Runne in there, but Runne's going to be in the slop.
Runne is going to be in the slop. It is the 2 strong boats running 1-2 up the backstretch. I never thought in my life, in all the boat races I would watch, I would have an opportunity to say this, but it's Tahoe Miss out in front of the Maverick up the backstretch. Peabody and J. Michael Kelly. We are on the first of 3 times. Kelly's pulled right up alongside of him. He's on the outside, and Peabody's got lane position, but there was some top-end speed in that Maverick.
They're dead even. Peabody on the up pedal. He's got great acceleration. He had a perfect turn. He painted the buoys, but J. Michael is letting it all hang out right now in lane number 2. He's got top end. He's reeling them in quick.
The 2 strong boats running 1-2. Madison boat is running 3rd, and we're seeing the effects of what happens if you mistime your start. Dylan Runne is way back. He has not yet and is just now coming across the complete lap number 1 off the bottom end of the race course. Corey Peabody's now opened up a little bit of ground on JMK. JMK is still hanging right in the right side rear view mirror. We'll watch him up the backstretch, see if there's some top end speed in that Maverick. He's going to have to run down his teammate and basically his boss as he gets up toward the top end of the race course. Corey Peabody, of course, is the general manager of Strong Racing. J. Michael Kelly right there with him. He's got top end speed, Dustin.
He has the top end, and he's running a perfect line. He's staying right on Corey's hip. Corey kind of hip checks him there right at the exit. You can see how he tightens it up, makes J. Michael slide a little bit wide, but J. Michael can start reeling him in here. Look at J. Michael fly the boat. Fantastic. What a boat ride.
Yeah, he's cut into it a little bit. He was just floating the front end. There was a lot of air underneath that Maverick as they go down to the bottom end of the race course. Madison and Brandon Kennedy still running in 3rd. Dylan Runne still in 4th. Oh, Kelly's right with him this time as they get down there. He's taking a wide line through the corner that may cost him.
Kelly got caught in a wave there. He could not cross over the wave. It was a big trough, and he couldn't get across it. It cost him some time. Peabody pulls ahead right now, but let's see, because J. Michael Kelly does have the top end. We know he's letting it fly on the outside.
This is lap number 3 of 3. Kelly's going to hang it out on the outside. Looking, they're coming right into your living room. Those of you watching on the YouTube channel, Kelly's going to try and run him down. He's got one more corner to get him. He's back about 2 boat lengths, maybe 3. You're going to see him stick right on his hip. There he is. He comes out. Now it's straight out, flat out acceleration to the finish line.
It's a drag race.
And it's going to be Corey Peabody is going to come home in 1st place in the Tahoe Miss. The Maverick will come home in 2nd.
Brad,
wow.
Look at this. At the apex Now the exit of turn number 2, Brandon Kennedy, what a respectable run. He is just doing a fantastic job in this Royer Miss Madison. I could not be more impressed with this young man. Just a great, smart drive, got the points, and he showed us this thing's fast.
It is fast. I mean, we knew it's an incredible hull with a great amount of history. It's an old hull, but it's been rebuilt so many times, and they are just starting to scratch the surface on what that boat might be able to do, and we know what Brandon Kennedy can do in the cockpit and behind the wheel. I feel bad for this guy, but they got to go back and look at what happened in that first heat. They scored a bunch of points there and put them in the bank. Barring any sort of issue on the water or with tech inspection, they should come home here with points. Maybe fourth, maybe better, depending on what happens. And here is the unofficial order. We will put it on the screen, and there it is. Corey Peabody, the unofficial winner of our Heat 2B, driving the Tahoe Miss, presented by Beacon Plumbing. Second place to teammate J. Michael Kelly, driving the Maverick, the U00. He will pick up 300 points, assuming everything stands. Third place to the Royer Miss Madison, U6, out of Madison, Indiana, Brandon Kennedy. They will pick up 225, and Dylan Runne stands to pick up 169 points in fourth place in the U40 Bucket List Racing. I don't think it's what we expected.
No, but you know, if you flash back just a few minutes to Jimmy Shane in his interview, and he said, hey, you know what, we're human, we're drivers, there's a lot of stress on us, a lot of pressure, we're human, we make mistakes. Dylan Runne needs to go back to the pits right now and just picture that right now. Say, you know what, I'm human, that was a mistake, let's regroup, just a clean slate tomorrow, and he's got a ton of points. He's doing way better than they did a couple weeks ago at Madison. They have something to be proud of, and they got a fast race boat.
Yeah, there's another fast race boat out here that's just kind of quietly getting some stuff done, and you're looking at it right dead center in the middle of your screen, that Tahoe Miss. He showed me a lot of speed earlier today, too, and Mike was quick. I thought Mike was going to maybe run and hang with him a little bit, but I think that Tahoe Miss, I think they're finding some speed in there.
And Corey is the fourth different winner we've had today, so we've had 4 heats, 4 winners, if I'm not mistaken. That's as long as everything checks out in tech here, but that's pretty incredible, and the heats have been great. So I'm pretty excited for tomorrow, Brad.
Yeah, I think we just, and maybe we extend an invitation to everybody here in the park and on the H1 Unlimited YouTube channel. Why don't you come back and join us again tomorrow? We're going to do it again. And except the only difference is going to be we're going to have more racing, and we're going to have a final heat, and we're going to crown a champion in the 2026 Apollo Columbia Cup. Great day of racing. There was a lot of concern about the wind and the weather. We got through it. We got it clean. Everything is good. And we are going to look forward to tomorrow. I think we're saying goodbye finally to Mackenzie Fish. Thank you for coming up here. Thank you both for coming up and everything that you do for the community. It is greatly appreciated. Take care, young lady. All right, our guests have left, and like that, it's down to you and me. Well, just like that, how quick we get dropped. Everybody just up and left us. All right, so our Danny Rogers, where is she on the screen? Oh, there she is down there. We see her.
She's been busy today.
She has been busy, and she's standing down there. We'll just wait. She's obviously standing by. We can see Corey Peabody with her down there. As soon as she radios up to our producer that she is ready, and that apparently has come in, let's go to Danny Rogers with our winner, Corey Peabody.
Corey, you had J. Michael Kelly on your outside at most of that entire heat. What was your mindset approaching the final lap?
I needed the points. You know, I had a foo bar there in the first heat, and we need the points really bad. So it was just whatever we had to do to stay ahead of Mike. It's really rough out there, and just kind of driving the boat, you know, just kind of keep the boat on the water. Just probably drove it too hard on its nose, but I was just wanting to stay the boat on the water, get our 400 points, get back to the dock.
How does your strategy change, if at all, when you know the guy you're going next to is a teammate and somebody you know very, very well?
Well, it's good, you know. I mean, we kind of we trust each other, so that's good. You know, we're both needing these points, and 400 and 300 points is good for our team. So that's what the really big thing is. You know, I'm just happy for Steve Hayden, who owns these vintage boats that we're painted like. You know, we were able to get him a win here. You know, so I'm happy for that. Getting the Tahoe Miss a win. So we'll crunch the data and see if we can get a few more miles an hour for tomorrow, and hope to put on a good show for the people.
What does this do for the morale, just going into tomorrow?
It looks good. You know, you go in there with the first and a second. You know, I think Mike got a third in the first heat, and then I was kind of down in the dumps there with a fifth. You know, but ran a good heat against Jimmy. I mean, fast dude on the water, and you run in there with him, and so I mean we're fast. You know, we just got to find a couple miles an hour, and we'll be right there. But happy to be here. Happy to be a part of this. Love coming to Tri-Cities. Happy to have Tahoe Miss behind me and strong racing.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
I think he's happy. I think there was a little bit of a gleam in his eye there that he found, okay, he feels better. He's got a fast race boat.
Absolutely. You know, we talked about it quite a bit this weekend that, you know, in qualifying, the strong boats weren't quite there, but their setups were very, very good. And as the wind picked up today, the rough water, they were able to capitalize on that, and they could race these boats really, really hard. You heard Corey say that he had to work to keep it on the water, but he did a great job. And you know, a first and a second place for the strong boats, that's great. This water gets rough, and it beats the heck out of them. And just wait for the final, because that's a 5-lap, just an absolute washing machine, and it tears up the water. So they've got a good setup going forward.
Yeah, it's five laps, 5 boats on the front row, 1 trailer. So we'll have 6 boats out there. It will be an ocean. You know better than anybody what that turn 1 turns into. It's a tough one. It's a bear.
Absolutely. And you know, you want to make the final, obviously, but you don't want to be the trailer. So all of these guys right now, when you talk about walking down the pits saying points, 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 it's front row, front row, front row, because you don't want to be in the back. And I think, I mean, almost every boat here is capable of winning. You get a good start. We've seen it time and time again, what being a second late on the start can absolutely do to you. It doesn't matter how fast your boat is, doesn't matter what you do, you've got to nail your start and get out clean.
You do indeed. We saw examples of that in other classes beyond H1 Unlimited, and that's boat racing. You got to be on time. You can't be late. The competition is too good. I think we're going to try and stick around here and stay on, see if Danny comes up with another interview perhaps, or until we can get maybe some information from the officials off the tech truck that we've cleared and can confirm our finish order. I think that's what we'd like to do. So I'm told in my ear that apparently they're going to try and chase down the young man, Brandon Kennedy. And for people here in the Tri-Cities who may not know this guy because he hasn't been out here before, he's a delightful young man. And those of you who have seen him before on the H1 Unlimited YouTube channel know what he is. But he is a delightful guy. He's tenacious in the cockpit behind the wheel. We will enjoy the interview if Danny can chase him down. And Danny's pretty good at that. You'll find him.
Absolutely. You know, Brandon Kennedy is another one of part of another family, the Kennedy family, legend in the sport. So it sounds like Danny has him down there on the dock. Let's go down and see what Danny has to say with Brandon.
What did you learn about how you drove on this water in your boat?
I learned a lot this weekend with the boat, with the way it flies and all that. Madison's really hard with the riverbanks there and water coming back at you to get your confidence up. The team's doing a great job. Royer's helping us out with this thing, Goodman Real Estate. And this weekend's finally where I can kind of show a little bit of what I can do as a driver. Getting used to flying it, getting in there. Lane 1 was really cool. Just kind of survived the rest of the weekend. The way the assigned lanes is working, you kind of got to pick and choose and be safe at times and take a good lane 1, lane 2 when you feel comfortable with it.
What did you learn about lane assignments specifically here in the Tri-Cities?
I think lane 1's real important. I think you got to have a lot of boat speed to go lane 3, 4. Obviously, the BWR guys got a lot of speed doing that. They're set up for it. We're going to have to be in more of a lane 1, 2, maybe 3 to have our best shot at running with these guys. But right now, it's kind of see where we're at when we go to assigned lanes, and if we need to take a safe shot on the outside like we did that heat, we'll do that and hopefully pick up some decent points.
How do you think you'll feel tomorrow? You wake up and you've slotted your boat in a pretty good position for Sunday.
Excited. You know, it's just all preparation beforehand, making sure the boat goes out, comes back. You don't do anything silly like I did in the Grand Prix, got the fastest boat, jumped the gun, but it happens when you're trying to push these things to the limits. Just trying to be safe and have a good night's sleep. I'm still trying to get on this West Coast time, so maybe I'll be rested and ready for tomorrow.
Hey, good luck with that. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I like that comment that he made. Yeah, lane 1 was a blast.
You hear the little giggle in his voice. You know, he's having a great time. You look at the crew working on it; they're having a great time, and I think they're just showing everybody that they belong here. That whole team belongs here, and they're doing a great job.
They are indeed. He mentioned lane 1 was a blast. That was the first time out. This time out, he was on the outside in lane 4. So he's been as far in as you can get. He's been as far out as you can get. I assume at some point tomorrow we're going to find him in the middle somewhere, but he can handle it.
Absolutely, yeah. He's a great driver. We've said that all along, and I think the referees saw that also. They signed his card and said, "Hey, Brandon, go race. Have fun, man." That's great to see.
It is indeed, and Dustin Eccles and I are going to stay here on the pipes, and I guess we're going to stay on the pipes, but we're going to take 2. So, and 2 usually means 3 or 4. So I think we're going to take just a real quick break while we check with the officials and see if we can get confirmation on our official order of finish for Dustin Eccles and Danny Rogers. I'm Brad Luce, signing off for just a moment. We'll be right back with official, hopefully, results of heats 2A and 2B. We'll be right back.
Once again, thanks, race fans, with a 7.5-meter race in the tour on the Tahoe and the river. And I'd like to thank everybody for coming out this afternoon, especially our sponsor, Runne and Tate. This is year 2026 Olympia Cup with John B. Back. Technical contractors. I'd like to thank Freddie Ford, sponsoring the Over the River Air Show. Mediocre Friday night. City of Richland, City of Tahoe. The 2.5-meter hydroplane boat race is sponsored by Country Financial. For over 100 years, Country Financial has provided personalized insurance and financial services for every stage of life. If you want more or less, there's your more. From the start line to the finish line, Country Financial insurance. Great dynamite
Back here on the start-finish line tower, Brad Luce along with Dustin Eccles. And what a day we've had, Mr. Eccles. It was a long day. We weren't sure we were going to get it in. We heard rumors of high winds to come in. Right now, it's whipping pretty darn good. And we had wind today, but we were able to get our day in. And race director Aaron Stevens came up the stairs just a few minutes ago and said, hey, we're back on schedule. So a mighty, mighty good day of racing across the board on all classes.
Absolutely, yeah. My hat's off to all the race committee that put this thing on, and they were able to pull it off. If you would ask me this morning, are we going to get all the heats in, I would have bet against it. But the way that they pulled it all together, absolutely incredible, and I think the fans really were rewarded with a great show.
They were, and it was a very good show. We are going to focus on the H1 Unlimited side because we have official results now of our Heat 2A and 2B. We're going to flash them up on the screen here pretty quick. There they are for Heat 2A. I think we already knew this, but our winner was Jimmy Shane with 400 points in the U27. Second place went to Andrew Tate, BWR Racing. FLAV-R-PAC, Jimmy Nilsen came home in third. Bernard was fourth in the Graham Trucking, and Gunnar O'Farrell came home in fifth in the Spirit of 76. We watched that heat. It was a good one. Not quite the way we thought it was going to go. We thought Jamie Nielsen might have a bigger impact on that heat, but the impact he had on it was demonstrating, unfortunately for them, what happens if you're tardy to the start.
Yeah, it just reiterated the importance of making a good start, trusting your timing marks and everything that goes along with that. And I've also learned since that Dylan had a problem with his canard wing, and it apparently got stuck on lift. So I don't know if that happened before the start or after the start, but either way, they have a lot of work to do and get done before tomorrow.
Good intel, and thank you for passing that along. Then we moved on to Heat 2B. We got that one in the books, and we now have official results for that. We'll get those up on the screen and walk through that, and then we'll tell you what's happened as a result of all of this. Heat 2B results are official, and nothing's going to change from what you saw on the water. Corey Peabody in the U3, the Tahoe Miss, presented by Beacon Plumbing, came home in first place. He passed tech inspection, picks up 400 points, 300 points to his teammate J. Michael Kelly in the Maverick. Brandon Kennedy with a strong showing in the Royer Miss Madison. He gets 225 in third place. Dylan Runne with the broken canard wing will pick up 169 points for the U40 Bucket List Racing. Everybody has come through tech inspection. Those are the official results. Now, based on all of that, as we've been talking all weekend, we've talked for 2 days now, that what this means is once they get the point totals figured out after heats 1A and 1B and 2A and 2B to figure out who races in 3A and 3B, we take the top point getter, the number 3 point getter, the number 5, the number 7, the number 9. They race together, and 2, 4, 6, 8 run together. We have that list. Now, what we don't have is the lane assignments. But you and I were just having a conversation with our chief referee, Jonathan Abbott, and he's on his way down to the pit area, and he will be down there with the race teams. They will get that taken care of. So when we come in tomorrow morning, we're going to be ready to go racing on the H1 Unlimited side. But here's our lineup. Again, this is not by lane. You've already got it up on the screen. He's pretty quick with these things. Why did I write all this down? Why did you and I write all this down? So we could hold it in the wind. That's what it is. Because it's blowing pretty hard up here right now. But there's your Heat 3A lineup. It will feature Andrew Tate, Dylan Runne, Corey Peabody, Brandon Kennedy, and Gunnar O'Farrell. So the teams, if you will, of Strong Racing and BWR, they're going to be split again, as they were in the first 2 heats of the day. But that's an interesting heat right there. You got a lot of speed in that one. I don't know how you're going to put a heat together without a lot of speed with this field, but certainly you have to focus on Andrew Tate, Dylan Runne, and Corey Peabody. Peabody showed me something today.
Absolutely, yeah. Corey had a great run. He made a small mistake earlier. He was able to capitalize on making a good start in that second heat, and he showed how fast that boat is. And, I don't know if I can pick a winner, but it's hard to pick one against Andrew Tate being on the inside. But, again, it all comes down to that start.
So that's our lineup for Heat 3A. We'll put the lineup for Heat 3B up there, and it will pop up there on the screen. There it is, U27, the Apollo. Jimmy Shane going to get joined by Jamie Nilsen, J. Michael Kelly, and Jeff Bernard. So there's some speed in that one too. And never, I just always say it, don't ever count out Jeff Bernard.
No.
He gets the jump on you, and you're going to have your hands full driving around that guy. He loves to race. He knows how to race. He's very cerebral, and that could be a very good heat. Again, that is the lineup. That is not the lane selections. That is going to take place here in about a half an hour, and we will have that for you tomorrow morning. Now, a couple interesting things. It wouldn't be our broadcast if our stat man did not come through with something that nobody in the place, nobody in the park, nobody on the H1 Unlimited live stream would bother to think about. But he came over and asked us who was leading national high points. You said, Jimmy Shane. I said, how about Andrew Tate? We're both right. They are tied. 2,449 points are tied at the top for national high points through Heat 2B this afternoon. Does that have any effect on things? No, not right now, and it's early and all that good stuff, but an interesting statistic to put out there. Those two boats from BWR Racing tied at the top of the national high points list.
Well, and we talk about the importance of qualifying. That just shows you right there, every single point. It doesn't matter where you're getting these points. It matters because right now they're tied.
And if we start tallying up the points on the weekend and talking about race format and all this good kind of stuff, because it's all about points, and we were talking about Debbie Gregory and her points mantra, and you were talking about front row points. Yeah, you get it. It's all right there. But another interesting stat man point here, boats 2 through 7 of our 9-boat field are separated by 159 points. That's called being able to sneeze and throw a blanket across number 2 through 7. That's pretty good.
Yeah, everyone is still in the hunt. Right now, there is no one out of it. So
absolutely not.
We saw some holes dug early in Madison, and right now everyone's racing smart and just trying to, gain as much as they can heading into tomorrow. And that's it shows right there with 157 or 159 point difference. That's incredible.
I know you're going to be ready to go tomorrow. I am going to be ready to go. I have not seen a schedule. Testing is going to begin at 7:30 a.m. tomorrow morning, 7:30 Pacific Daylight Time, as whitecaps are now beginning to emerge on the waves as they're coming our way. I'm looking up and down our level of the tower here on the start-finish line, and Dustin Eccles, my question for you is, everybody's gone. Why are you and I still here?
Well, we just wanted to make sure that we had the right calls and make sure that that was all official. And the referees, they did a great job as double-checking everything and making sure that, the field stood, everybody passed tech, and they did. So we wanted to get that out to the fans and make sure they had the answers before we went home. So.
And we're going to go testing from 7:30 to 8:30 tomorrow morning. At 8:45, our E350s will jump on the water, and they will run one of their heats. Then we'll come with Grand Prix hydroplanes at 9 o'clock, opening ceremonies. Then the day begins for the H1 Unlimited Hydroplanes Racing at 10 a.m. I'm going to speak for our producer down there and let you know that we will be on the air at 7:30 tomorrow morning. If there's a boat on the water, our plan is always to cover it. With that, I think it's time we batten down the hatches here. That's what everybody's doing with pop-ups around here. The lids are coming off them, and they're bringing them down. It was a great day at the 2026 Columbia Cup. Any closing comments?
Not for me. I'm just impressed with everybody's efforts today, and I can't wait to see what they have for us tomorrow.
I want to thank Meg DeBucci from Behind the Badge. I want to thank Mackenzie Fish from the Forever Fighters, and having the opportunity to get their word out to the community and their involvement with H1 Unlimited. That is a very important piece. I said it last year at our awards banquet. That is part of how this H1 Unlimited is going to move forward. So glad to have them here. But the racing speaks for itself. It was good. It was compelling. We had 4 heat winners in 4 different heats. That's good stuff.
You couldn't ask for anything better than that. And I think looking up and down the shoreline, everyone was impressed, and even the drivers, they love the format. So it's very competitive, and it's great.
Yeah, and those that are not particularly happy with the format can't deny the fact that it was competitive. And if they think sometimes maybe beyond their own feelings and think about, those people I always talk about, those that are right here on the shoreline, what do we the fans, that's what we call them, the most important people here. We think about them. I know, and I'm talking to some of them, I know they like it, and it's a good program so far. We're putting on a good show, and there is much more to come tomorrow. For Danny Rogers and Dustin Eccles, this is Brad Luce on the start-finish line tower, signing off for day 2 of 3. We'll be back tomorrow morning at 7:30 with open testing. It's the 2026 Apollo Columbia Cup. We'll say so long until tomorrow night. Good night, everybody, and that'll be tomorrow morning, not tomorrow night. Good night, everybody.
I'm Jamie Nilsen, and you are watching H1 Unlimited on YouTube.
Better than that. They are going to be side by side. This is for the checkered flag.